Guys, one quick thing. I now have a new channel called Podvic because my channel is demonetized and is basically unusable at this point. Yeah, so subscribe to that channel. It's in the description. I would really appreciate it because I think I will be uploading most of my content on this channel in the future. Yes, that's it. Have fun with the video. Alright, so hello guys, welcome to this video. Today is a little bit of a probably long one. The thing is, I made the video recently where I implemented a file explorer, and I basically, in the title, I said it had no dependencies, right? And people started like pointing out, yeah, you've got that rendering engine, isn't that a dependency? You've got X11. And that's why I thought, wouldn't it be cool to create a fucking complete UI app, yeah, using only a libwayland-client. For that I set up this Wayland window manager, DWL. Probably a lot of people will know it. I didn't have the time to create an own window manager or basically port Ragnar to Wayland, but I will do that in the future because I quite like it. Yeah, so let's get started, I guess. So let's create a... By the way, we are making a task manager. It's probably in the title. So let's create a task, way task. Pretty cool name, I guess. Okay, it's actually wait task. So the thing is, okay, let's create a wait task.h.c and let's start doing the usual, I guess. And I kind of looked into Wayland a bit and how it actually works under the hood, how you write Wayland, especially Wayland client code, server code. I didn't look into that because I think it's very complex. But yeah, let's do the hello world. And let's be a little bit professional today and create a makefile. I think that's the most professional thing I can do here. So something like this, and then I think something like bin name is equal to wait task, and maybe like make dir -p a bin, and then we do bins -bin name. Or I think when you define variables, you have to do it in those curly brackets, squiggly brackets, I guess. Yeah, that, and then everything.c, and then make, and I hope I didn't make any errors. And I think, yeah, Alt-H doesn't work. That's a problem because it's a keybind in DWL. So I think, yeah, then let's just have our, because Alt-H opens a terminal. So let's have our YouTube wait task and then make, okay, like that. And then we have our multi-terminal system like that. Okay, so let's that. Hello world. Nice. So the thing is, to get the Wayland client protocol header, you have to use something known as Wayland scanner, which basically converts the XML protocol file to the header. So let me get that. Wayland scanner. Yeah, so Wayland scanner, and then client header user share Wayland protocols. Stable xdg shell.xml and into xdg shell client protocol h protocol.h. Nice. And now we have this, and this is basically the protocol in the header, and we're going to need this. So yeah, let's just have that here, and now we can include that. / include Wayland client protocol.h. Nice. And then we need Wayland client, which is all of the client stuff. I think like this. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Then we can start opening the Wayland display. So struct Wayland display is equal to WL display connects to the Wayland display. Basically opens a connection to the Unix socket where the Wayland display is for the client to use. And then we can do something cool, like maybe like this, and then if display equal that, equal, or let's say not so cool like that. Then we just fprintf std error. Let's have some cool system where we have like wait task : failed to connect to Wayland display. Right? Okay. After that, we have to get the registry. The registry is just like, yeah, you can think of it like a directory, and it's just a list of all the global objects that the currently running compositor exports and basically advertises to yeah, our client connection. And yeah, we need that for xdg wm base and further structs. So yeah, so just, yeah, the registry is needed to get things like wm WL compositor and shared memory and the XDG base, which are structs that we will need in the future. So let's say struct WL. Why do I not get? Okay, what like this? Yes. Okay, so WL registry pointer registry is equal to WL display get registry from the display, and then registry add listener. To the registry, we need to add a listener to detect basically if the compositor advertises new global struct. But we have to create that listener first. So it's a static construct of the registry listener, I guess. Registry listener. Rec listener is equal to this, and then we have global and global remove, and global. We have to create a registry handler and a registry remove handler. So let's create those. So on the .global, we basically get, so this .global callback will be called when we get a new struct advertised, and this basically can give us the compositor, shared memory, which we're going to need, WM base, and all of those structs. But let's just first create them. So let's have a WL compositor. I think it needs to have a pointer and struct, and let's initialize that to 0. Struct WL shared memory, or shared memory section, or shared memory handler, and then we also need XTG WM base. Yes, this is basically the base struct that we are going to be needing for the XTG portal protocol things. It's basically, as I understood, it's some kind of wrapper thing around Wayland that makes it possible so that you can actually have application windows that are actually literally windows with things like titles and not just buffers with a width and height. So yeah, I think that's the role of XTG. Yes, do we need anything else? I think that's the main things we need, and then we can create the listener. So the registry listener, so static void registry advertise, I guess. Data WL registry. Yeah, then it has an ID, const pointer interface, and UMQT version, just like that. That's the listener, and then by the const pointer interface, we can basically check what is being advertised. Is it a compositor, shared memory, and stuff like that? So let's check string compare interface with, and then there's like a thing, WL compositor interface, which is a variable from Wayland-client name equals 0, and we need string for that. Then we just say compositor is equal to WL registry bind, registry ID interface is I think a compositor interface version. Okay, so version apparently is 4 for the compositor, and then else if still compare interface with shared memory interface name equal to 0, then we will say shared memory is equal to registry bind. Yeah, and you can think of registry bind as a thing that just tells the registry that we want to use that advertised thing. I think of it like that anyway. ID again, and then shared memory interface. Not .name, just interface, and the version is 1. Yeah, those versions definitely make sense. Makes sense to me too. Okay, so as a string compare interface with XTG WM base interface. Why don't I get autocomplete for the XTG things? Okay, so for some reason we didn't include XTG shout line protocol. Okay, I think construct WL interface, and this is a WL interface. Bro, I'm equal 0. Then we basically do this, and XTG WM base is equal to. Do we get that? No, we call it WM base. It's equal to that, and it's XTG WM base interface, and I think version is 1. Yeah, and then we have to and then we have to add a listener. So WM base add listener. WM base is WM base, and the listener and data are as follows. We have to make a listener. So static struct XTG WM base listener. Yes. WM base listener is equal to, and then it's really weird. yeah, we have to basically have this ping event be a function, which is just a static void xtg. So yeah, for this ping event, we have to, yeah, so for this ping event, we have to define a function, static void xtg wm. For this ping event, we have to define a function that is a callback that calls xtg wm base pong. So that's basically the thing. Yeah, I mean, there's some kind of documentation for that. The ping event asks the client if it's still alive. Pass the serial specified in the event back to the compositor by sending a pong request with the specified serial. Yeah, okay. So basically, okay, yeah, kind of makes sense. So this is basically the data. This is the serial, and this is the WM base. So let's have a static void pong, or like send pong, I don't know. Void pointer data, and then struct xtg wm base, and then serial. Yeah, do you like serial? I don't really like serial. I never read it. Not base listener, but base pong, right? Yes. So we do pong. Yeah, so basically that base serial, and struct like that, and then send pong, and then wm base listener. The data is null, don't really need it here. Like that, and we expected something, and we expected something. Okay, that's basically everything. Yeah, we only need those. Okay, and then .global, we can say registry advertise, and then .global remove, we can say, yeah, I mean, we could specify null, I guess, because we don't really need it, but I don't know, I think this creates some weird scenarios, because I don't know why, but I think we need to define a remove, but I could be wrong. So registry remove, yeah, does that take? Okay, I didn't struct WL registry and UN32. Okay, struct WL registry and UN32. I don't know if you can define a function like this, or if it's not. Okay, yeah, I don't know, like data maybe, registry and serial. Probably not the right names, but we don't even care, so let's just do that. Yeah, and then we can add the listener, which is rec listener. So, rec listener and data probably null, right? Like that. Okay, one thing you can basically say for almost every API is that the data parameter, you want to have that at null, because nobody goes that far as to add data to their fucking WL registry listener. Yeah, I have no idea. I looked into Wayland this day. Okay, and then I think we have to do a round trip, but I don't really know. You have to do that before or after. I think after is probably the safer option. Okay, and then we can already check for not compositor, not WM base, not this. Then we can basically, because the this should basically also already have triggered this after the round trip. Yeah, probably after the round trip. So, and then we can say yes, wait task failed to I don't know, init the Wayland globals. Pretty descriptive, I guess. By the way, we have to return one also in here. Yes. And once we have the compositor, we can basically create a surface, which is basically a window, but only like the rectangle for the window area, and not even a buffer. So it's basically just a struct, I guess. So WLR is nice, like this, right? But I think, yeah, let's just have that global, because I think it's like the window handle. You can think of it like that, at least in a very abstracted sense. Compositor, nice. And then we need to get the XDG surface, which I think the XDG surface is basically the more high-level surface. That's what I heard. So XDG, oh, why don't I get out? Get surface, because you can get a surface from a surface. So you get the, bro, are there any XDG surface? Get XDG surface. This, right? WM base, get XDG surface. We have the WM base. Why doesn't it, like, but it works kind of, right? So XDG surface, struct, surface XDG, I guess. But yeah, like that, right? So like that, and now we get autocomplete for some reason. WM base, and then the Wayland surface. Okay, so let's paste that up here as well. Like that, put that away, and then surface XDG is equal to the XDG surface. Okay, so now what we have to do? Yeah, we have to like have a configure listener, right? Because the compositor sends configure events each frame. and we have to basically acknowledge them as a client. Yeah, that's basically the gist. And yeah, so for that, let's create a new callback function. Static void xtg surface figure. Yeah, data struct xtg surface pointer, just like that. I guess. No, we need the serial. Good old serial, right? And then there's like an egg function, so for acknowledge. Surface, yeah, here, egg configure. Surface serial, and then we can add a configure listener. So xtg wm base add. That's not true. Okay, I looked it up. So it's xtg surface add listener. To the xtg surface. Surface xtg actually, and the listener is xtg surface configure. Okay, what did I do now? Why was my keyboard weird? Surface bro. Okay, call it xtg surface configure. Okay, so like that. I hope this is the only thing we have to do in that function. Yeah. Okay, so this, and then yeah, data. You know what I told you earlier? Has to be null, right? A good programmer keeps his data at null. So what's the problem here? Construct xtg surface listener. We have to do the weird thing. So something like this: static construct like xtg surface listener. But isn't this the name? Yeah. So surface listener. Oh no, we have to do this first. Surface listener is equal to dot configure is equal to xtg surface configure. I think Wayland has a lot of global things you have to keep globally. It's not that cool, you know. But let's still keep them up here. Let's just ignore all of the compiler errors. No. What we're going to do is quickly refactor this a bit and have all the functions be static up here. Probably before the variables. So like this, static, and then don't have that static up here, and we can do this. Registry advertise, put that up here. I think in the static global like redefinition or I don't know, declaration, and have it like this. And then have it here and registry remove, let's add them. So that, I think it's always cool if you have one file to always have all of your functions statically at the top, so you don't have to worry about order. So that's just what I do. Okay, we forgot this. And now we forgot this here. And that's it, right? Looking nice, looking nice. Still, okay, yeah, because now we have to have the surface listener. Nice. Okay, so the next thing apparently is to create a top level, xtg top level. Yeah. Top level is equal to xtg surface get top level, and the top level is basically the most abstracted window. So I think the first abstraction is to create a surface and then an xtg surface and then a top level, and the top level is basically kind of like a window in X11, right? So yeah, let's get the top level from the xtg surface. So surface xtg, and then oh my god, we also need a top level listener. What the fuck, man? It's so verbose, man. It's actually killing me. Okay, it needs to be a pointer, and then we will probably need to have that globally. So, okay, I think it would be cool to have some kind of a window handle struct that has all of them, but we can do this later. Okay, so we have to add a top level listener. So I think xtg level add listener, please. Yes. And then we have a xtg top level listener. So let's create that. This is not const. Okay. Static construct xtg top level listener. And we need to listen to some top level things. I don't know what. Let's see. Oh my god. Okay. Guess apparently we only have to define those two. I think we don't have to define any of them, but this is like the most those two, like configure and close. Those are like the most important ones, right? Because configure is actually like basically the same configure as an X11, where you just store basically the window size. And yes, so let's have that as configure. So but we need to have a function for that, right? So what's the configure is like this. Let's copy that and let's have a static void top level configure with all of those like that. So with height and states, pretty nice. And then we have top level configure. The same for close. So let's go into here, close. Nice. Just 2 arguments. That's pretty small for a close function, I guess. Yeah, I think it's average. I think 1 would be even cooler. Because who needs data anyway? I think we already discussed that. Okay, so close to top level close.
So that was the easy part, but now actually implementing them, I don't know. I mean, close pretty easy, I guess, because we will only have one window. We can just exit, I guess. So let's have them here and remove those statics and make this like that. Also, this is the style of our code. I think it's a pretty dumb styling decision actually, because when you want to search for void top level configure, you just don't find anything. Yeah, I mean, you find this, right? You don't really find this because it's possible. Yeah, but I still kind of like it just for the aesthetics. So top level close, exit 0, right? Like that. Okay. Oh, what is this? Okay. Top level configure actually. Yeah, we kind of cannot do anything with that currently, but when we have a actual buffer we can draw to, then we can resize that, I guess. Okay, I just spilled my entire tea. Wasn't like the best decision. Yeah. Okay. So now I think that's it for the listeners, yeah. Okay. So top level. So let's the surface listener is not correct. It's a top level listener. Top level listener. And yeah, you guessed it. Wait, didn't we? Oh yeah, we already did. Okay, top level. And then we can do a cool thing, which is very un-Waylandy, I think. Look at that, set title. And can we do, yeah, set full screen, set app ID, set max size, set maximized. Oh my god. That's so high level, don't you think? Is this even Wayland at this point? I think it's XDG, right? So set title. Yeah, we wanted to set a title. Top level. Wait task. Yeah, what task manager are you using? I'm using wait task. Right? Yeah. And yeah, then there's this commit function, right? Service. A commit request automatically creates content from yeah, pretty explanatory. And then display dispatch is basically the X next event thing for Wayland. Yeah. So while this not equal -1 actually, we can just do that. And then if everything went correctly, we will see a window. I don't think so, right? So to be really honest, I don't think so. Top level configure, yeah, maybe it will work. So let's see if it even compiles. And I don't think so. Maybe it compiles, but it doesn't link. So let's just fix that. So let's have something like that, or libs is equal to -l Wayland-client. And I think libs like that is okay. Or maybe we have to put that before. I don't know, some here or something. Okay, so let's have a Nike. Undefined reference to this. We need to create a C file. Okay, I think apparently you can just do this. Now it should work. No. Okay. Oh wait, is it just the header but as a C file? So xcg.c. It's just the header, right? Okay, because I think we don't need to specify client header, but let's just remove this. We need to specify private code as the argument, private code. And now let's see, xcg this, env bro, env. Yeah, nice. Nice. Make, and it made. And does it run? Does it window? Okay. I mean, it runs. And maybe it even windowed, but we don't see it. I think this is actually maybe the case, but I don't know. Yeah.
Ja będę musiała, ja mam inne warunki. Tak samo ty, daj spokój, my mamy tutaj pełno różnych problemów i wszystkiego, żeby jakoś przeżyć i mieć egzystencję normalną jakąś w miarę i w ogóle. Daj spokój, sama wiesz. Nie.
Zamknij drzwi. Alright guys, so I was wondering, like, we didn't even specify a width and height for the window, right? So the thing is, actually, in Wayland, you can't just create a window and see it like in X11. Apparently, you have to attach a buffer to that window that you are then drawing to. So you basically have to handle your own drawing buffer. Yeah, to do that, we can actually utilize our shared memory that we got from the registry advertise. Okay, so for that, let's have a quick function like fill, which just returns a struct WL buffer. So just a Wayland buffer. Like that. Like for fill, we probably will need a width and height, right? And yeah, maybe like a color. Let's be generous and let the user fill buffer. But we have snake hairs everywhere. Let the user choose a color he wants to fill. Like that. Fill buffer. And then the thing is, I think we kind of need a shared memory file I think in /temp, and then there's kind of shared memory files in here, right? But I think you can put anything in here. But I think here you could also put your shared memory too. But is there like a actual like a directory for shared memory? I don't know. Let's just have it in, I guess. So make /temp. Okay, so apparently you can create a, like they do it, I think you can create a unique temp file. You can just specify a template, and then with access you can say the mks temp what you want to be unique about it. So we can do something like temp and then way task shared memory, and then yeah, like xxx, maybe like 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, I don't know, like that. And I think, let's see, int generate a unique temporary file. Yeah, okay, I didn't know that, so it has to be 6. xxx, I can't count those things. I have a problem with that. I think it's 6. So bad at that. It counts as 1 2 3 4 5 6. Yeah. They are replaced with a string that makes the file name unique. So that's actually a cool function, right? I think that's a kind of an S-tier function or strlib, right? Now I wanted to see if what it returns file descriptor. Okay, fd, if fd is equal to this, return -1. Like that. Oh, we can't return -1 actually. Return null, I guess. Right. And then wait, does it even returns the file descriptor or -1? Yeah, okay. So equal to -1. Bro, -1. Yeah, and then there's a function called unlink. Man unlink, please. Yeah, like where is it defined, please? Doesn't it tell me? Do I have to Google that? Oh, bro. Hash include unistd. That's actually the main page, what I'm looking at right now. Unistd. Yeah, like what does the function even do, right? So the function makes it so, but we need to use this. So the template, this basically makes it so the temp file is auto deleted. Or I think it works only in this context, like that. Unlink deletes a name from the file system if that name was the last link to a file and no process have the file open. Processes have the file open, the file is deleted and the space it was using is made available. If the name was linked to still the file open, if the name refers to a symbolic link, the link is removed, the name refers to a socket, the name is removed. Doesn't specifically like define what is when the name refers to a temporary generated file, but it's basically, it makes it so that when the file is not needed anymore, it's getting deleted, right? So when the shared memory is not needed anymore. Okay, then we can call ftruncate, which basically gives it a size, the temp file. So our shared memory buffer basically file. So this size is, let's define a const. You will then see RGBA stride is equal to 4. So RGBA stride times width times height. Right. So that's the size in bytes we're going to be needing. Yeah, and that's that, I think. Right, and then we can use mmap to basically get a pointer to that shared memory buffer. So we're basically very cool, and I use yeah, how can we call that? Something like this. It's equal to mmap. Where's even mmap defined? I'm sorry, I don't know that from heart. Yeah, sys memory management. Okay, I knew that because I'm a veteran Linux programmer that always uses mmap instead of malloc. Okay, so mmap. What does the shit even take? Address. Please help me. The starting address for the new mapping is specified in ADDR. For the new mapping. If the address is null, then the kernel chooses the page-aligned address at which to create the mapping. Yeah, okay. This is the most portable method of creating a new mapping. Okay, so basically, if it's the most portable method, then I think we don't need a custom mapping address, right? Length. Basically this, right? So let's have that as a buff size bytes or something. Yeah, I think we need to be cool like that, and also have this as uint32t's, right? Because I think they shouldn't be able to be negative. I think it knows this scenario, like, would make sense to have them negative, actually. So, okay. ftruncate. Okay. Wait, so buff size is equal to, no, we don't have that in the yank register anymore. So we have to write it again. Okay, so buff size and protection prot. Okay, I think read and write, right? For the shared memory, read and write. It's pretty necessary. So prot read flags. The flag argument determines whether updates to the mappings are visible to other processes in the same region and whether updates are carried through the underlying file. Share this mapping. Probably, right? I don't know if I think this is the easier way, right? FD 0. And we successfully mapped our SS like shared memory buffer, which is really nice, right? And now we can write into that buffer. Let me think. I think we do that by something like this. Is equal to color. I think this would correctly align it. And then we can just do that like that. So I is equal to 0, I is less than width times height, plus plus, and then do add I. Yeah, pretty nice, right? This should feel solid, right? I hope it's correct with the sprite and things, but I think because of it's we casted it to a unit 32T, it should work. Yeah, yep, should. Okay, now we can create a shared memory buffer. So WL buffer buff is equal to WMS shared memory pool create a buffer. Yeah, I think we need a pool for that, right? So WM shared memory pool. Let me guess. WM shared memory pool create. No, actually not. Shared memory create pool. Aha. Shared memory is our shared memory that we got, right? I think about it like this. Yeah, it's just one pointer. FD and buff size, right? That's the pool we need. And then from the pool, we create a buffer offset. Always 0, right? We don't need any offsets. So width and height. I guess like that. Format. The format is the pixel format of the buffer and must be one of those advertised through. Okay, that's bad. Okay, so I looked it up. I think we can actually do this. Shared memory format. Is it this? I think it was something with X. XRGB. Is that 4? Yes. Nice. I think this is the correct format. I hope. 4. Okay. Then we can map data size. That's this. Then when we can actually map, right? Shared memory buff and byte size or buff size, right? Buff size. Okay, and I think we should destroy shared memory pool, destroy pool, and also close the file descriptor, right? Always close your FDs and return the buff. Nice. This actually is a fill buffer function. Now, where do we actually fill the buffer and make a window appear? You guessed it. It's in here, because that's what the compositor basically does every frame. Yeah, and then we will kind of need a global buffer, right? Because we don't want to create a new shared memory buffer every frame. Window is equal to null. That's pretty important to actually set all of them to null, just to be sure. And to be really cool, let's do this. No, there's one that's even further, right? Oh no, it's actually it lines up. Nice, like that. Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. WinBuff, right. So let's see. If not WinBuff, we say WinBuff is equal to fillBuff or fillBuffer. Yeah, let's say something small. Let's say 0x ff00 000, right? Okay. So this, and then we have to do some shenanigans. I think it's we have to damage buffer. Yeah, because we basically it's like an X11 where you say where the buffer is damaged and where it should re-render basically. So surface 0, 0, 200, 200. So everything has been damaged, right? That's the XCG surface, but we need the WL surface. Surface, isn't that correct? Incompatible pointer type, but I'm not passing. Bro, let's say something like surface WL. Yeah. Okay. So, but damaging isn't the only thing. We actually have to commit as well and also attach before that. So Now, that's actually attaching a buffer to a surface. So that's very important at 0, 0. So before that, I forgot we have to attach the buffer to the surface. So surface attach, surface WL, winbuff 0, 0. That basically tells the compositor that the surface actually has a buffer, right? And then we can commit, right? So that's a thing. Surface WL. Okay, and this, hands down, this should be it. Now we should see our window. I think we will see our window now. Actually, don't think so, but whatever. Do you guess shared memory section some problem, or like straight up seg fault? I don't know. I guess we get a seg fault, right? Oh my god, I guessed it. What the fuck? Let's go. Okay, so does fill buffer get called? Does fill buffer get called? Does this seg fault? Yes. Okay, that's nice. Slash temp slash. Maybe this has to be this. I don't think so. Yeah, probably. Yeah. No. Okay, is it actually 6? Yeah, it's actually 6. Okay, so I think that's actually insane, bro. I had this problem so often with strings. We can't do that, even though it's this. I think it's because, yeah, I think if it was a char point, a const char pointer, it would work. But we have to do it like this. How is this called? Hello. Oh my god. Template is equal to our template, like that. And then we can do that, and we can use template in here. I think that should resolve the seg fault. No, why? Do we have to do it like this? Maybe. Yeah, actually, invalid width, height, or stride. Destroyed object. Okay, I guess. Okay, so actually, this expects this stride, so it expects the actual stride, so the x stride, the total x stride. Yeah. Should be the problem, right? Let's see, bro, that's a fucking window. That's a window. I mean, it's not like red. I think. Why? That's actually really good already. Do we return the buffer? Yes. Do we? I mean, 0x_ff00000000. I think those bytes are not used, so this. What if we just crank up to this? I think maybe the first 2 bytes are not used. So ff0000. Okay, we've got our first Wayland window. That's actually fire, right? But it doesn't resize, right? Resize. Okay, so now for the resize, we need this, right? And the thing is, no, we can do a cool thing where we basically resize the buffer if there was a recent configure event, right? So that's kind of implement, right? Okay, so the thing is, let's see, let's say something like static bool needs resize is equal to false. Okay, we don't have bools actually because we're in fucking C, so it's equal to false, like this. Now I have to do it with everything. Okay, and then in here we can we say that here? Probably, right? Wait, let's see if that works. So if we have needs resize equal to true in here, and then I mean when this gets called every frame, can't we just then do if, yeah, and then we need some kind of a new width and new height thing, right? So static entity new width equal to, let's just say 200, and new, oopsies, not perfect. New height is equal to 200, and then here we can say new width is equal to width, and new height is equal to height. And this happened again. It's a weird mode where I think, yeah, it happens because of caps lock. So new height is equal to height, and then I think we can do something like if needs resize, and then and winbuff, we can just say buffer destroy buffer. Then we just say WL buffer destroy winbuff, and winbuff equal to null. And then, yeah, then I think it's like, you know, because like then we can just say new width and new height, and then needs resize is equal to false, and it's basically self-contained, right? It's actually pretty cool if it works. If it works, right? Wait, so where is the function? What like here? New width and new height. Shouldn't that already work? Let's just test it, right? Let's just test it. Okay. Isn't with like winbuff, because maybe we are calling this destroy. Okay, so then probably because of this, but new width and new height should be actually correct. So this works. Does this work? Probably, right? And this, yes. So where's the, why does it exit, right? Yeah, probably this is the error, but I mean, wait, if we just say, if we just remove that for now quickly, and if we say this, what? That kind of doesn't make sense, right? That actually doesn't make sense. New width, new heights. I mean, they are initialized, right? So new width, new heights. What the? What? Bro, am I like, is this a fever dream? Am I like, what? Assignment? Setting them const. Always a good idea. So let's say if width is greater than 0, I guess. Greater than 0. Now the question is, I hope they upload normal width and widths and height. In the end, like they upload widths and height in fucking bytes or something. Like what the fuck? Because it's weird that we get a 0, right? So let's see. Where is new width, new height? Where's the thing? Here. So let's try our usual thing. So if winbuff and needs resize equal to false, and buffer destroy buffer winbuff. Okay. Oh, yeah, right. So maybe needs resize is basically getting code all the time or something. Where it needs resize? Top level configure. Print that. Hello. Okay. Maybe like this, because it doesn't set it to null, I guess. Yes. Oh my god, but it flags tremendously. Okay, so I found out that actually this thing is getting called very, very often. So this thing is getting called extremely often, like multiple times per frame, I guess. And the safer and better way is to just say, let me see. We have a new bool. This is such a dumb idea. Needs redraw, and in here we just say needs redraw is equal to true, and then we basically lazy redraw, right? So we have a function called redraw, so win redraw, and this just does this, and then in here we can actually in this thing we can per event say if needs redraw, redraw, and then in here we say needs redraw is equal to false. Now yeah, I think that should work. Yeah, seems worky, and I think this is also not so good. Okay, would you look at this? Oh my god, that's so cool, man. Wow. Okay, we have to, oops, yeah, okay, we have to get going because we're already in like fucking, I don't know, an hour, maybe longer. Okay, so the thing is everything still up and running? Yes. Okay, nice. Let's go to our color first and get a cooler color, like 111111. That's actually for cool people. Yes, nice. So the thing is, how do we want to draw shit, right? How do we want to draw shit? Let me think for a bit. Okay, so let's just create a function. I think this is like our yeah, we can make this basically our draw loop or something, so void paint or something. And it takes in a uint32t pixels, and then we basically say pixels at, we can say something like this. Yeah, but let's not bother, right? So let's just say paint. Then maybe it's cleaner to do something. This pixels is equal to uint32t shared memory buff, and then paint with pixels, paints to pixels, and then let's have a function called like paint rect. Takes in our pixels. Yeah, what does it take in? Probably like, yeah, in32tx, in32ty, in32t width, and let's actually uint32t. And height and a color. Okay, so let's just say for uint32ti or something like it's equal to 0 rows less than height, and then yeah, that's good, and then r++, and then for uint32t column is equal to 0, column is or less than width, and column ++. And then we kind of have to make the 2D to 1D thing, so row is equal to and pixels at let me think. It's basically y times new width, I guess. I think we need the width and height in here, right? So pixels width x. Let's do it like this, right? Just to be cooler. So px this, and this is not y times actually. This is fucking row. So y plus row, right? And then plus x, right? Yeah. But plus x is not the row beginning. Essentially, it's like just the start of the row that we want to be drawing at, right? I think this should be correct, right? So y plus the row times pixels width plus x. Yeah, seems great. Okay, and then we do row at c is equal to follow. That's basically it, right? And then we can do shit like if x is less than 0, then we do, yeah, we can do something cool, like we can return and shit, but what we would want to do is actually this, right? Because this is basically putting width, basically shrinking width so that it looks like the rect is actually outside of the screen, because if x is like minus 100, we remove 100 from width, making it look like it's hard left, and we can actually set x to null, right? Like this, and then if y is less than 0, we do y plus equals, no, we do y plus equals y, and then y is equal to 0. Yeah. We can also do like if x is greater than pixel width, then we do x. Yeah, basically the same thing. So we do width is equal to, okay, and then if x plus width is greater than pixel width, we need to shrink. So we say width is equal to pixel width minus x. Right? Oh my god, this thing again. So like that, and then y h y. Okay, nice. And then what we can do is probably actually, like, let's have a fill method. So void fill, paint fill, and then something like u32t color, and then pixel width, pixel height, and yeah, so let's have that. And this will just basically be let's say if pixel width is equal to 0, or like, yeah, equal to 0, we return or pixel height equal to 0. And then for u32t I is equal to 0, I is less than pixel width times pixel height, I plus plus, and then obviously we need pixels at I equal color. So very simple. And then in paint, let's see, let's do fill, paint fill. So pixels, and then also u32t pixel width, pixel height. So color will be 0x00 this, and then pixel width, pixel height. And then paint rect pixels. X will be, let's say 20, pixel width minus 40, pixel height minus 40, and then 0x 00 33, pixel width, pixel height. Oh, not that. So this is our paint method, and that's paint then. So width and toss. Yeah, let's try and see if we have a nice rectangle. Oh my god, look at that. It's actually cool. Now, like, inevitably, the next step will be rendering text. Yay! We like rendering text here. But, like, I'm thinking, yeah, I mean, we could fucking use weird-ass pixel as bitmap fonts and shit like that. But you know what I'm thinking? We implement a offline free type rasterizer. So we're using free type to rasterize into bitmaps, and those bitmaps we then export as headers, and then we import them and have very cool fonts. You know what I mean? I think that would be pretty cool. Or actually, wait, can't we just use the bitmaps that free type generates and just render them? Cannot free type like generate bitmaps? Let's see. Yeah, that's actually cool. Like, the thing is, free type, right? Dependency. Yeah, you say no dependencies, but like, the thing is, we could write our own rasterizer, but no. Like, isn't there STB true type? Let me see. Okay, yes, we will be using STB true type. Let me just get that. Okay. So I heard, like, yeah, bro, 4,400 lines of code. Yoink! I mean, that's really minimal, right? Okay, so let's see. How to use that shit. Is there any any documentation? Include this file in whatever place you need it. Define. Okay. That and then hash include stb_truetype.h. No errors. That's nice. To make the implementation private file. Give a shit. Load a font file from memory buffer. You have to keep the buffer loaded. Okay. What does this return? Wait. stbt init font. That's actually very good documentation, right? Okay, that's actually very cool. Okay, and we have to do this. All right, and then we get the buffer and this shit. Okay, so and it returns a font. This, so let's store that like that, and then let's go into here and let's say void setup font, and let's say yeah, I can do that better. Check 5.24 is equal to fopen user share fonts GTF. Let's go with what's a cool font, Inter. I really like it. What about Josefka, like that? Nice. So fopen rb, right, for font files, and then we do the classic fseek file 0 and let's check. I actually forgot how to do that shit. Okay, so now we can get the size. So actually size of the buffer. Tell f, what does that return? Probably size t, right? Long, bro, long. That's not cool. Stream this file. And then yeah, and then I think we need to fc 50 set again. Okay. And then we can actually malloc our buffer, right? So uint8t pdf buff is equal to malloc. I think we need to keep that globally. I think we cannot read it actually because they said we need to the buffer around this. Is equal to malloc size. And then we can actually read into the buffer. pdf buff, etf buff. We can read, wait, size, what is size again? Because this, probably this, right? So 1 and let me close the file again and like this. Yeah, and then we have the buffer of the TTF file, and this should we should be able to pass that to this function. This function will determine the number of fonts in a font file. Files may contain multiple fonts, while TrueType fonts contain only one font. The number of fonts can be used for indexing with the previous function, where the index is between 0 and 1, less than the total. Yeah, okay, that's like the font face thing, I guess, or something, maybe. But I think this is kind of good to do, right? Let's keep that. TTF buff, and this is our font, right? Okay, then we have to do some other shenanigans, I think. That's actually very cool. Font size. I'm pretty sure you have to set the font size. Set font size. Pixel size. Okay, I looked it up. It's actually, yeah, so it's actually kind of needed because we get the scale from stbtt scale for pixel height. Font height is like 30 or something, and then that's the scale, and we kind of have to keep that around for later. Yeah, because the scale is needed to actually split the glyphs, because stbtt get code point bitmap actually requires a scale for the bitmap, obviously. Okay, so we kind of have to keep that global, right? Okay, so static float scale is equal to, yeah, let's not initialize that, I guess. Scale is equal to that, and let's do this, and then we can actually start splitting glyphs, right? So let's have a function. Yeah. Okay, so let's have a function called split glyph. Okay, that's just for now, I think let's keep it very simple so that we just say alpha. Let me think. Let's just keep it for now so that we have a foreground and a background. And if the alpha is greater than 0, then we will render the foreground and color, and then else we will just render the background color for now. So let's say paint glyph, so like that, unsigned. Okay, so paint glyph, and this will actually take in a uint32t, not a uint8t bitmap, but I think after the pixels, right? So pixels is always the first, and then the bitmap, and then width and height like this, x and y, 32ty, and yeah, foreground and background. Yeah, and then I think for the sprite we will need the pixel. Okay, so let's see. For uint32t are, let's copy this, and we can basically also, yeah, that's correct. We can also copy this. Yeah. Okay, and then what we're essentially doing is offsetting the destination x and destination y into our pixels. So yeah, so let's say pixel x is, oh, I think that's pretty, that's x, I guess, is equal to x plus, let me check, right? Okay, good, my camera is still running. It's actually holding pretty, I think it will go out very soon. Okay, so dest x is equal to x plus c, and dest y is equal to y plus c. And then we will essentially say pixels at dest y times pixels width plus dest x is equal to, and then bitmap at yeah, I think at like r times width plus c. Yes, and this is the bitmap index. When this is greater than 0, or basically if this just if this, then we will say foreground and else background, right? That's simple, right? Okay. Yeah, and then we can also actually say when destination x is less than 0, or destination x is greater than or equal to buff width. How do we call it? Pixel width. Then we continue, and yeah, I think that's just for safety. This is basically wrong. Row. For safety, let's say dest y and dest y. And that's basically painting a glyph, right? In a really bad way. Okay, maybe we should have some kind of map for glyphs so that we don't, like in every paint, get the bitmap of a glyph. Get bitmap. Oh, where was it? Bitmap. Like the nice example I showed how I get a bitmap here. And bitmap is just the unsigned sharp pointer, right? uint8t. Okay, so width. So let's say glyph width, glyph height, yeah, glyph width, glyph height, and c. What is c? And the code point. And I think the code point is in Unicode. Or let's just say that actually. And this is scale, and this is a float or what? No, it's an int. Okay. So let's kind of say something like let me think. uint8t pointer bitmaps glyph bitmaps uint8 max -1, right? No, I think this is actually correct. More like 127, I guess. Yeah. And then we will say, where's the glyph? Bitmap here. Then we will say bitmap is equal to this, but we will say glyph bitmaps at is equal to this, and then in here we will say after that memset glyph bitmaps null size of glyph bitmaps. But I don't think will that? No, this will not work. So let's do it like this. For you to maybe it will work, but maybe it actually will work. Yeah, I++ glyph bitmaps at I is equal to null. Glyph bitmaps, and then we say if not glyph bitmaps at R, and then bitmap do that, and then else bitmap is equal to glyph bitmaps at, yeah, probably we should do something like this. And then if not bitmap, we do this. Or even better, yeah, I think this is actually the best. Yeah. Okay. And null is just x of and y of for now. So let's say paint glyph pixels bitmap is this, and let's say background will be so foreground will be 0x00 ff like this, and then background will be 0x00 11 11 no 33 right? And then pixel width, pixel height, like that. I'm certain we will certainly see a, let's say 2020, so that it actually renders in the rec that we rendered. We will certainly see a glyph. So setup font, make, oh my god, no, oh my god, the entire title is gone because now we have to link with LM. No. Oh no, no, it's not no dependencies anymore. Okay, do you see that glyph bitmap? Actually very nice, don't you think? Okay, why? Let me see. Bitmap is equal to that. Okay, yeah, so I actually figured it out. It was because this returned 0 for some reason, and we need to use the scale like this. And look at that, we have a fucking 8. So cool, right? But it looks fucking good, right? Maybe like your screen is a little bit bad and you can't really see, but it really doesn't look good. For that, we can use alpha blending, which is a bit hard with bit shifting and shit, but it should be possible. So instead of this, what I currently have, I had it like that only pixels that are 255 were drawn, which is fine. Or maybe I had it even correct. I don't know. I just now have basically 25% alpha is drawn. Yeah. Okay. Let's first get this. So uint8t coverage is equal to this, and then yeah, what we have to do is get the destination pixel for the alpha. So uint8t the destination is equal to this, and source is equal to yeah, basically the foreground color, right? So that's that, and then yeah, then we can do all of the bit shifting. So source red is equal to source shifted by 16, right? Then source green is shifted by 8, source blue shifted by 0. True programmers keep it still, and also true programmers correctly align their code. That so and then we do the same for our destination, like this. Yeah, and then we basically multiply them. So blend r is equal to source red times coverage plus destination red times, and then we have 255 minus coverage divided by 255, so that we get that scaled from 0 to 1. We think makes sense. Okay, and then the same for green and the same for blue, and then we can do this pixels at yeah, basically this. So this is going to be, and then we have basically, yeah, I mean this could be actually 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0, and then like that. But maybe this has to be I don't think it has to. So blend r right shifted, yeah, left shifted, right, by 16, and then blend green, we called it this, red shifted by 8, and then just like this, blend B. And that's actually how you blend between colors. If I did everything correctly, this should work. Yes, as you can see, it worked perfectly. Bruh. Now it makes more sense, you know, because source red times coverage plus destination red times 255 minus coverage, and then divided by 255, the result. It made way more sense. And would you look at that, fella? Shouldn't this be background? Nice. Bro, be looking very nice. Okay, now rendering actual strings. Let's see. So yeah, let's have a method called void text. Takes in pixels, takes in x, takes in y, takes in color, and pixel width, so height. And what it basically, and the text obviously, bro. What it basically does is let's see. For unit 50 r is equal to 0, r is stolen text, I plus plus, and then char c is equal to text like that, and then we actually retrieve the bitmap, and we need some kind of x or text x, and this is going to be, we need a separate offset x and offset y. So let's say this, and this. Is my camera still up? It's still up. What the fuck, man? Glyph y, just like that, and that's how we paint text, but not really. It's just getting the bitmap and all of those things. And then we blitz the glyph, right? Then we paint the glyph. Pixels, bitmap. Width is glyph width, glyph height. X is text x plus gx. Gx is just the offset. And this is, I mean, we could, yeah, let's just have something like this. And it's actually minus gy in here for the y. Foreground? Yeah, foreground. What is foreground? I mean, we should probably need to define the foreground in here. Right. Foreground. Ah, no, foreground is color. But background. So background and pixel width and pixel height. And that's painting a glyph. And then we can advance text x plus equal. And then I have this here. stbtt get bold points. HM metrics actually from a font. By the way, see. So
Nie, Video. Ja. Ile? Weź video. Okay.
ist die Kamera, schau, warte. Okay, so no, the code points is C, advanced width is null, and this is also null. Because this actually returns the correct advance for the glyph, I guess. Oh. Okay, so actually now advancing the glyph or the text, scb is yeah, so font code point, is this a float? No. So I'm pretty sure advanced width is just the advanced width, and left side bearing is I don't know. Let's just say advanced width and ls bearing, and this is advanced width and left side bearing. And I mean, let's just say something like text x plus equal advance width. Yeah, let's just ignore left side bearing for now. And this should go on and correctly. Okay, yeah. Let's see if we can paint a text. Paint text. Pixels. Hello world. Width is x is going to be 0, 0, 0x 0, 0, f, 0x 0, 0, 1. Pixel width, pixel height, and let's see if we are seeing nothing. Still seeing okay, because that probably. But I was wondering why weren't we seeing many R's? Text X is being advanced. Let's see what advance width and left side bearing are. So let's check those. What the fuck? This doesn't seem right. Maybe times scale. This could be the case. Okay, like that. Let's see. Yeah, this makes more sense, right? This makes more sense. So let's say advance times equal scale and left side bearing as well. And then yeah, let's just do that and let's see what happens. Wow, that's so cool and very cool. Yeah, maybe this actually has to be plus. No. Yeah, let me check on that. Okay, so apparently there is a baseline. Yeah, kind of obvious, right? So let's say baseline. And let's see, where is our init font? And then we actually get the stbt get font vm metrics. We take the font and the accent. Yeah, we have to define those. So float, accent. It's actually, yeah, it's an end. Accent, descent, and actually line gap, as you can see. So accent, descent, and line gap. And the baseline, line gap. What? Why did you expect this scuffed thing? Float baseline is equal to ascent times scale. That's actually the baseline. Okay, seems usual. Seems reasonable. Okay, so now we can actually say y plus baseline plus this. This should make sense. Yeah. Okay. Baseline is 0. Oh, bro. Oh, would you look at that? That's some hello world, right? Oh my god, that's so cool. Now the problem is that we can't really draw. Can't we just? Yeah, I don't know. How should we do that? Can't we just do this pixels? And wouldn't this be possible just using the pixel that was there in the first place? Yes, actually, it is possible. Pretty easy, right? Okay, then we can scrap that and do this in here. And yeah, nice, very nice. Is our camera still up? It's still up. What the fuck? Almost. Yeah, I don't know how much time we are in because yeah. Okay, now we can actually start making some UI. So let's look at H. I don't really know how to make this. This looks fucking ass, right? What isn't there like? I want something that I can easily, you know, see CPU and GPU usage, not GPU, maybe, I don't know, but CPU and mem, I mean, and command and user and PID. And I think this is, there's proc, right? And we basically have to, parse that directory, or yeah, open dir that directory. And then for each directory, create a task. And then we have to store that somewhere, maybe just in a simple array of tasks. And yeah, maybe I have to think about that. Okay, I found this. Calculate the total CPU usage of a process from proc PID stats. In this tutorial, we'll learn how to calculate the total CPU usage of a process. We'll do this by writing a bash script from arithmetic operation using the values from okay. Let's first check if the fucking bash script actually works. Right? Nvim bash.sh chmod and then bash. Okay, PID. Let's check some random PID. Something like OBS. Pretty good. 30252. 30252. Has spent in user mode. So the process like what in total? That's not what I want, man. It's 3020. You can leave off CMD, but that might help. Okay. Maybe we just have a false PID. No. But oh my god, what? That's actually true. What is this? Why is it using so much CPU? How is that even possible? How is it? Oh, confwatch. That's kind of equal confwatch first. HTOP? OBS? Confwatch. Bro, this is a freaking virus. Yeah, but OBS. Okay. Bro, I'm being hacked. Bro is watching my conf. Yeah, you give a fuck. But that's actually good. I don't know what to do. I want to know how to get the CPU usage process. I think this is an AI kind of question. How to get the CPU usage of a process in proc PID stat without using htop or any. Yeah. Okay, so basically you're extracting those stats. What is a jiffy? U time plus S time plus that, and then system stats is equals statfile.read. What is statfile? We read to get U time, S time, C time, and CS time fields. System stats. We need proc stat to get the total CPU time. We calculate the CPU usage as a ratio of the process CPU time to the system total CPU time. Okay. But what is okay? Yeah, makes sense, right? But what is proc stat? CD proc stat. Proc stat is file. Cat proc stat maybe? Might be possible. Is even out. Okay, so 0 dot split, and then you split and you do this. So 1 to 8. Is it 8 because you have 8 cores, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Okay. Bash script, please. I need to check if it's actually working or if it's hallucinating. I'm guessing it's working, right? This is maybe okay. So waystack, nvim CPU usage sh, and then mode CPU usage. Let's say how to get the PID of a process by name. Okay, let's say name is going to be OBS. Stupid AI, right? Maybe I'm just too dumb. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Is there any OBS running? Let's say ZSH. It's not even bro. Okay, OBS 3. Okay, confort. That's a good one. 49511. Okay, so 49511. Yeah, arithmetic syntax error in expression. Fix this. Okay. See if he gets it right. Nope, he doesn't. Then I don't know. Like the thing is, okay, let's maybe see what he actually, because he says like okay scans. Okay, that's the different story actually. It was here. Okay, so U time is stat at 13. S time, but this is kind of weird, right? Maybe we should try the Python script. Maybe this works. CPU usage.py. Python use pi. Okay, let's see what was confwatch again. 49511. Okay, that's. Yeah, no, that. Get current CPU usage of task using /proc in Linux. Yo, this sounds good. Set the current CPU as a okay. Background most Linux gonna provide virtual procs and providing to do this, read the first line of that. Just out the first word line. Always CPU. Sum of all the times found on the first line to get the total time. Divide the fourth column idle by the total time to get the fraction time spent being idle. Subtract the previous fraction from 1.0. Get the time spent being not idle. Multiply by 100 to get the percentage. Times in proc set are monotonically increasing and begin at at some point during the kernel and allow image. Okay. Yo. Oh my god, what the? Yoink. One specifies double but has time long double. Wait, no? Okay, like that then. CPU usage. Number of times proc stat should be pulled, followed by a delay in seconds. Okay. 2, 1. Busy 4 of the time. Busy 4 of the time. Okay. What the why? Why is it so what? Siege? What the what is this? Why is it in every fucking language? What the fuck? Bro, but I don't really get this. Is so weird. Accurate curve given in percentage. Bro. Okay. Okay, so to actually read CPU times for our task manager, what we basically want to do is, I think, create a new CPU.h function, and we want to export basically one function here, which is just, so let's say double of float. Is this thing float? Get process CPU usage, right? Okay, so first function, float gets process CPU usage, takes in a PID. So utility PID, and let's call it get process total CPU usage. Okay, so no, this include stdin.h, and then get process like, how should I call it, like normal CPU usage, yeah, and then CPU.c. Let's add into here our static functions, which are going to be reading the total CPU time of basically all processes on our system, and then reading the time of one process with the PID, and then dividing the time of one process by the total CPU time, and this will get us the total CPU percentage of that program. Yes. So to implement that, let's have a static void read total CPU time, and it returns a total, which is a size t, and hash includes CPU.h, and isn't size t an std_int? Okay, it's actually an std_lib. Okay, yeah. So reading total CPU time is actually a little bit weird. So yeah, the thing is, there is this file. Apparently, it's cd proc stats. Yes, and those are the total CPU times, and we need to read those. So where is thing? So file pointer fp is equal to fopen. We need stdio, I guess, yeah. So procstat, we read, and yeah, if not, fp, fprintf, stderror, await task. Cannot open procstat. And this should then return some kind of an error. So let's be cool and use bools. Return false. And then we will have some kind of buffer, and do fget_s. Buffer, size of buffer file. Does fget_s? I don't know what the error code for fget_s is. So, return the character, returns s on success and null on error. So okay, not equal null. Actually called fp. Yeah, I mean, let's call it file. I did it with the shared memory as well. Okay, so and then we need to get all of those values, and the values are actually in this order. So size t. User, nice, system, idle, IOWait, IRQ, soft IRQ, and steal, actually, steal. Those are the values, and then we just scanf that shit. Scanf, into buff, CPU, and this is kind of LLU, right? Long, unsigned. So LLU, LLU. I think that's often enough. And then user, nice, system. Right, so I'm back again. Actually, another day. My setup changed a bit. I changed the wallpaper. So that's about 24 hours later. But let's still continue where we left off, which is calculating CPU usage. We had a function to read total CPU time of all processes. Now let's get a function to calculate the CPU time of one process, and for that I have to introduce you to field 14 and 15. Yeah, that's actually what I'm going to show you now. Okay, let's use 201, I guess, like that. And if we cat stat, we will see all of these informations. And the thing is, the 14th and 15th field is time spent in user time and system time. The process, what the process has spent. And I don't know which field that is actually. Maybe those two. I don't know. And yeah, that's what we actually want to get. Yeah. And from that, we can basically add them together and then get the total time. So yeah, let's create a function called static bool. Let's put that here. Static bool read task CPU time. And we will need a unsigned long total again, but actually PID T PID now, just like that. And yeah, what will we need? We will need to open this file. So to open this file, so proc PID stat. To open this file, we will need a sprintf buffer. So file path. Let's just add that. So 64 and s will be file path and /proc %i/stat, right? And %i will be the PID. So that's the file path we want to open. And yeah, then we can just open the file. We can copy it from our font opening like that and read its buffer. Wait, yeah, not you. Okay, so that's a file and we want to open, actually read. We don't want to read bytes. We want to open file path and let's call this file buff. It's equal to, yeah, okay, we need malloc. This is file buff. It's actually file buff. Okay, then we close the file and yeah, what we then do is tokenization of those fields, which is pretty easy. We can just strtalk that. So strtalk is a function that can basically split a string into tokens separated by character in delim. And delim is just a space, right? Yeah, the thing is, this can also have a space, this name, which might be a problem. What we can do actually, yeah, let's look at that later. So what is char? Char is going to be, I think, file buff, right? And this is the delimiter, and this is actually not a u and a t, but a char pointer, like that. And we need to we need to get that. And char pointer talk is equal to that, and then we do the usual while talk, and then we can say talk is equal to stir talk, and then we need null for here to get the next token, and the same delimiter. And yeah, then we can basically check. Yeah, we can like have some kind of field index, field index equal to null or 0, and then field index plus, and then we just check if field index equal to 14. Then we can have something like unsigned long user time is equal to null or 0, and then systime is equal to 0 as well. And then if field index is 14, let me check. Yeah, 14 is user time and 15 is system time. So 14, let's say user time is equal to, and then we can basically use something like stir to I, but I think we need to use long because we're using longs, right? Pointer, I think, but what is n pointer? Convert to string. Okay, and pointer, I think this is just talk, and this will be null, I guess. Base 10, right? Base 10 numbers. We want to get out of that. And then, okay, let's say field index is equal to 15. We say system time is equal to that, and then talk null, and basically the same thing, right? So let's have this and this and this and return true, and let's say file pointer file if file is equal to that, if not that, return false, like that. And we expected something, okay. And then char pointer file buff, if file buff no, if not file buff is equal to malloc this, return false, right? And yeah, I think that's enough, right? Yeah. Okay, let me check again. Can we, I think, no, it should be here because we already get the first string talk, and then we need to get the second after the iteration and not before, right? Okay, just like that. And I'm thinking we also need fields to start at 1 actually, because it's counted like that in here. So let's do that as well and call it just field because it's not an index anymore, I guess. this. I mean, it doesn't start with 1, with 0, I mean. Yeah, pretty simple. But now about this, yeah, this isn't that cool. I mean, what we could do is just have a function like stat remove name, and this would just take in a buff, actually a const char pointer buff, and it will return a char pointer. I think it's actually not. We can look. What we basically want to do is get the first parent is equal to stir char. Okay, that takes a const char pointer. Okay, so I think this can be const, but I'm not sure. And C is just a parent, so the open parent. That's basically giving us a pointer to the first open parent, and then we can get last parent, and we want to reverse char in here because we want to get the last closing parent actually, not the first. And then then we can basically say something like a first parent at 0 is equal to something like a replacement, something like X or something, because we are basically replacing this entire token with X, for example. And what we are doing then, we just mem move. Destination is going to be first parent plus 1, so that's what we are going to move into, and source is going to be, let me think, last parent actually plus 1, because and by the way, the plus 1 is just so that we don't move this, so don't move into this, because we want to keep that, and the plus 1 in here is so we move the this thing with it, right, for the closing parent. And then n will just be going to be sterling of last parent plus 1, and then plus 1 again for the last parent, and then we return plus parent, I think, right? Shouldn't that make sense? Yeah, I guess so, because we move into that. The last parent seems reasonable. Okay, and then what we can do is we can say file buff is equal to stat remove name file buff, and that's maybe don't use the const char pointer in here, and that's it, I guess. And then we obviously have to say total is equal to user time plus sys time, right? Seems pretty nice. Okay, and here we can kind of split that up, I guess, into pairs of 2 and align it nicely. And for here, I mean, we can do something like this maybe, and then that like this, and then also maybe pairs of 2 in here, right? Can we do this? Okay. Yeah, I think this is pretty nice, right? This looks good, and then we have that. Okay, now to actually calculate CPU time. So this is basically all the functions we will need anyway. I mean, we can get a function to, we probably need a function to enumerate all PIDs. So this is just basically going to be a function that reads proc and returns all of the PIDs, so our task manager can correctly manage them. Yeah, so let's make them static for now. I mean, they will be public, but yeah. So let's say read all PIDs, or something like this. And what we will get a PID t array, and then a pointer to that, because we want to write to that. So let's call it PIDs, and something like n PIDs, right? Let's make that a event, and then we need open dir, obviously, but I don't know, is that in dir end? I don't know, dir end? Yes. Okay, so then we will open dir proc, and we'll get a proc dir from that, and I mean, we can return a bool, open dir, and then we can again do something like this, equal to open dir, return false, return true, and then we can, I don't know, I mean, let me think, how can we correctly, do we know, is there a way to get the number of, we will probably need to call read dir twice, I guess, right? And we can do this, so struct dir end entry or something like this, and then we will say while entry is equal to read dir, and then dir, so while that actually, not while not. So we call it proc dir. Okay, so like this, we can say if is digit, because we only want PID directories. So keep in mind, this basically looks like that, and there are some other directories as well. So let's just get the PID directory. So if is digit, entry.dname. I mean, I think this is safe, right? For now, is digit is in ctype.h. Okay, like that, and if it's a digit, then we will say u32t npids is equal to 0. Okay, I mean, we can just say that, I guess. And then we can say npids plus plus, like this. Yeah, I think that's it, right? And then what we can do is just say, again, entry is equal to null, and then say something like PID s is equal to malloc size of PIDT times n PIDs, or n PIDs. And then we will say this again, and then we can actually fill the PIDs. Let me check. So if is digit, then we can do PIDs, but something like this, I guess, like that. PIDs at now the question is, will we, yeah, let's just say I is equal to null, and then I plus plus is equal to a to I, yeah, entry dot dname, and this should work, right? And then we close the dir proc dir, and this is how we read all PIDs, right? That's actually nice. Okay, so let's turn that into normal bool, this as well, this not, but this, and then in here we will say something like this and read task CPU time and CPU.h not found bool. Okay, so std bool, put that up here, and then in here we can actually say something like PIDT PIDs, and then okay, wait, didn't export that function as actually, so read PIDs. This will need sys type, I guess. Oh wait, here. Okay, so like this, and then in here we can say something like read all PIDs into PIDs and un32t npids. Read that into here, and then for un32t I is equal to null, I is less than npids, I plus plus, printf PID %I PIDs at I. Previous declaration, conflicting types. Did I read task CPU time? Ah, wait, it doesn't have a PID in here, right? So PIDT, PID. Okay, so let's see, bin away task. Can we actually print the baseline? So let's say baseline, where's that? Baseline. Let's not print that, and like this, and we actually print nothing. So npids actually never really gets assigned properly, I guess. So let's say read all PIDs, and then let's say something like if not read all PIDs, fprintf std error cannot read PIDs, return 1. Okay, so it doesn't fail. Let's see, printf entry and rename. I'm always so dumb. Okay, so this seems to work, right? Or does it? Yeah, it seems to work, right? Now, does this work? Let's see. Printf npids. What is this format? Oh, so like this. 0. Wow, what? Why? Didn't I just print entry dname and it worked? Does isDigit? What does isDigit even return? Does it like return a bool or not? That's the question. Let's print this first. So like that, and see if that works. Yeah. So let me look up isDigit. So let's do a quick man isDigit. The values returned are non-zero if the character C falls into the tested class, and 0 if not. So this should work, right? So let's say is, and then %s, and then isDigit, entry dname at null, question mark, digit, else not digit. So let's test that. 2 isDigit, 1 isDigit, 7 isDigit. So basically, and this is not digit, so makes the, yeah. Okay, so now we get our PIDs. Why do I have PID 0 so often? It's like a little bit weird, don't you think? I don't know if entry, I don't know if you can do entry like that, you know? Maybe we need to close the dir first and open again. Maybe we need to do something like this. Like that, basically. And then like that. And then say something like this. And then close again. So close dir. Nice. Like that. Maybe this works. I don't know. Yeah, this seems to work, right? Yeah. Okay. Very cool. Very cool indeed. Now what we can do is basically write some kind of function in our main code that uses that, and yeah, basically gets us our PIDs. So let's quickly think this through. So we basically want to store our PID or task information. I'll say task info T, and the task info is going to have a PID and a CPU usage, right? So let's get the double CPU usage, right? And this is basically the task info, and then we will kind of have a yeah, I'm wondering, yeah, we can probably have some kind of array. So task info T tasks, so static equal to null. By the way, let's restructure this sometime, maybe in the future. Yeah, so CPU usage per task, and then let's have a function populate tasks, right? Let's have that somewhere in here below the window code. So where setup font doesn't that, yeah, it doesn't have a static version of the functions. Have that, and also all the paint functions don't, so let's create them. Paint fill, glyph, that's paint text, and paint rect like this. Yeah, that's basically it for those functions. And setup font. Now let's have the populate tasks, and it should take in, this actually also should take in shit like a file path and a font, so stbdt font info o font, right? This is file path, and let's quickly do that, and font, and let's set up result here, do that, just for the refactor in the future when we don't have that globally, that no function really uses global state. That would be pretty nice. No font, well, where's font? So let's have o font and o font again, and o font in here like that, and populate task takes in a task info T tasks, and then a in 32T, like maybe actually let's just make a tasks update function, right, and scrap that. Actually, the problem is we kind of will have to do that on a separate thread actually, right, because this function will need to basically get the CPU time and the CPU time of all of our threads, and then of all of our tasks, and then sleep 1 second and then check again what the CPU time now is, right? I just noticed that I paused my recording the entire fucking time. Yeah. So like the thing is, I implemented this, I don't know where I paused it. Yeah, that's kind of bad. So I implemented task update, which just uses the functions that we created. I hope we created them. So we created read all PIDs, which just reads all PIDs from proc by just scanning the directory for PID directories. And then we use that like this. And then in tasks update, we just read the task CPU time of every task, and we read the total CPU time, and then wait a second and then do that same thing again and compare the CPU times. And by doing that, we can get usage by saying the delta of the total time divided by, no, the delta of the task time of the single task divided by the total delta times 100 times this, which is just the number of processes, like threads, I guess, so that we can get like basically thread or core local CPU usage. So 100%, for example, for a while loop, and not just like 1% or something from the entire system. And the thing is, like, yeah, let's see, because I just used that, and okay, we get something. Some of them have like 10% or something, and stuff like that, right? I don't know how to be sure if that's like correct values, to be honest. What if we don't multiply with get and procs? Yeah, okay, I don't know, maybe that's correct, right? I really don't know. Because like htop, for example, in here htop shows me this at 100%, right? But I don't really get that. Okay, so I'm trying to okay, so PID 807, let's see if PIDs at I, just if PIDs at I is equal to 807, so make, and that give me 0%. Why is that? That's so weird. Okay, so the error was actually actually because I mean I removed the name in this weird way where I shifted the string and stuff like that, but now I'm just doing it like this, you know, setting field to 3 so that I'm on the field after the name, and yeah, that works perfectly fine. Makes more sense, I guess. And because before that the fields were actually wrong and confused, so now CPU usage of 807 is correct, and this is fixed. Nice. And now the thing is, what happens if a task dies in between those reads? Before that, I need to check the time. Already 4:14. Okay. So if a task dies between those reads, what happens? So I mean, the easiest solution would be to just check if that succeeded, and if it did, then we have some kind of valid flag. So bool valid, and we'll just say something like in here valid is equal to read CPU time, and I mean tasks data at I valid, right? So like that, and then we can do something like if not tasks not data at I valid, we can continue. And also let me yeah, like we can also say something like if that was here, so let's get that here. Yeah, wait, can't we just do something like this where we just do that and do this instead, like that, and then we can completely remove this one. Yes, and I mean then we can also do something like this if this task has for some reason become invalid in here, we can just say just that, like this is equal to that, and yeah, then this should kind of still work, right? And now it'd be better. Nice. And what if we are quitting the task now? So let's say how do I kill it? F9. Did I kill it? Bro, I don't know. Btop. Conforge. Where's Conforge? Conforge. Okay, so in here and then kill it. Yeah, now it just doesn't report anymore. That's very nice. That's actually perfect. And yeah, okay, so let's get this hooked up. And by the way, we should also probably store global CPU usage as well, right? So CPU usage, because actually I don't know if I explained that or if this was the part where I paused the video accidentally, but I think I explained that. So get nprox basically makes it so it's it's like the usage for the core that it's actually running on. So that means it's not the usage for all cores, basically distributed over all cores, but just the core it's running on, which, yeah, this is just that. And then if we don't want that, if we want the CPU usage, the total CPU usage, like global CPU usage of the entire CPU by that process, we can just remove that, right? So global CPU usage is equal to usage divided by get nprox. Yeah. Yeah, and maybe that, like, it should make sense if we just say something like what does that return? Int infinity nprox is this. I think this is makes more sense to call it like something like n cores times n cores and divided by n cores. And yeah, that's actually pretty nice, like this. And now how do we run that in the background while still feeding into tasks? And by the way, let's quickly check if tasks.data is actually correct. So data at I dot tasks.pid, and then tasks.data at I CPU usage and tasks.data at I global CPU usage, right? So let's call both of them like that, and let's see. Wait, the task is not running anymore. Oh no, it just has a completely different fucking ID. 28653. 28653, was that correct? Yes, I think it was correct. So like that. Yeah, that's actually very accurate. Nice. Maybe we should cap both of them to 100%, I guess. So max, no max in here. What the fuck? Let's steal a max, I guess. Or isn't there like something like fmax x, fmax f? Yes. So, but it's actually min 100, right? And fmin f, this 100. No, the thing is, this loop is blocking, like, and we don't want that. We want that on a separate thread. And couldn't we just say hash include pthread.h, and then instead of task update, we say pthread create, and then we need something like a pthread t task thread, and then we will have task thread, and this is null, and the function, I think it needs to be something like void task thread proc, and then we need some kind of data here, and we will void out the data, and here we can just say pthread or like task thread proc. Proc and arc is also null, and if not, like pthread create, I don't know what that returns. Yeah, probably. I really don't know. Let's just ignore that. So let's try and just do that, right? See what happens, I guess. Unaligned T-cache chunk detected. Okay, so a good old unaligned T-cache chunk. Who doesn't know him? I'm wondering why, though. Okay, so we are reallocating this in the wrong way. Now the question is if that's actually the problem. We might need just a mutex, you know? Isn't that like mutex? Pthread mutex? Because the thing is, mutexes are just like locks to pthread mutex t, something like tasks lock. Because if we use tasks on both threads, that's not really good. So let's say pthread mutex lock, tasks lock, and pthread mutex unlock, and a lock again. So lock and unlock. Now the question is tasks, okay, here. So lock and unlock, and then let's say tasks. Where's tasks? Let's say something like pthread mutex create, or I think it's just tasks lock is equal to pthread mutex init initializer, right? How did that work? C init mutex pthread mutex init. Okay, pthread mutex init tasks lock null, I guess, right? Okay, and then we can say pthread mutex lock tasks lock when we access tasks, right? Oh, so and then unlock the tasks lock again, p and p, and then this will work, and it actually does. That's fire as hell, isn't it? And if we are really cool, we can now, instead of drawing hello world, let me see, printf painted. When does this actually happen? Yeah, on like commit events and shit. So let's also have a we will basically refactor the next in the next section, but let's have a redraw lock, and then needs redraw pthread mutex lock and redraw lock, pthread mutex unlock, and redraw lock. Pthread mutex lock, unlock, and yeah, like that. And then we can say, first of all, let's init the mutex, redraw lock. Then we can say in here, every second we just say needs redraw is equal to 1 or fucking true. Let's put that in here, and yeah, that should kind of be cool. And then we can first of all check. Doesn't really care. I think oh my god, I think that's because we need to kind of send an event for that. I have no idea how to do that, right? Okay, so what we can do is actually use a pipe, which is pretty nice. So we can just have a pipe, so pipe t, I guess, static pipe, and then we also don't really need the redraw lock because the thing will happen. Is it? I don't know what the pipe even is. I think it's a yeah, it's the FDs with the pipe and shit. So static and redraw pipe. And we need 2, and yeah. So where's the redraw lock here? In here we can just keep that as here like that. But in here we would want to write to the pipe. So write pipe. How do you call it? Tasks pipe. Oh, and so I have dementia, I guess. Redraw pipe. So and then we want to write something like x like that, and one for the cons, right? A redraw pipe. I think, yeah, add one. And yeah, that's basically it. And we don't call this, but what we call is the callback for the pipe, which is then going to be executed on the main thread. So let's have a void pipe redraw, and it does take some things. So let's get the event loop. Wait, event loop. Do I have to include some weird shit for that? I think we need Wayland server. Okay, so let's remove that, and let's say WL event loop add FD. Loop is WL event loop get. WL get event loop. Oh, it's WL display get event loop. Display, and this is our struct WL event loop, and then we can add to this loop our pipe FD like that, and the pipe FD is going to be pipe redraw at 0, and this is WL event readable actually, and this FD, this is showing me wrong. Now the func, right? So the func is our redraw, pipe redraw, and data is null, but this is actually okay, something like a redraw pipe probably, yeah. And pipe redraw, okay, so pipe redraw needs to have some random ass thing, so this pipe redraw, and we can basically ignore all of that, I guess, except maybe FD. So yeah, we will need to clear the pipe, and we do that by just saying something like char buff 16, and then read FD buff 16, right? And yeah, we can just index size of buff here to be extra clean, and then we can just also void the mask, and then we can just say needs redraw is equal to true, and actually before that we need to pipe redraw pipe, and then we need to set the mode of the pipe to non-block, so fct something like that, cntl, fcntl like that. Okay, we need the header fcntl, and for that we can then use the redraw pipe at 0 for the fd, right, because that's what it wants, yeah. And then we need to say set flag all non-block, and that's how we set up a non-blocking pipe and correctly link it with the loop. But pipe redraw still doesn't work, is that true? That's weird. It returns an int. Okay, return 0. I don't know what should return. Return if the event source is registered for recheck with source check 0, for all done 1, for needing a recheck if not registered the return value is ignored and should be 0. Okay, so 0. Yeah, seems nice, seems reasonable. Let me think. Did we write to the pipe? Yes. Okay, so that's then just oops. Now we need to link with fucking libwayland server. Man, isn't there another way? Bro, that's a bummer. Okay, it tells me the CPU usage, but write to the redraw pipe. Okay, and so then why does pipe redraw never get called? Did we first okay, so the thread, we create the thread in here. So I don't really know. It's the issue, right? As usual. Maybe we need to link that loop or something. I don't really know. Okay, so apparently it's actually kind of a good thing. Where's our mic? libwayland server display event loop doesn't really care about the FDs when we are a client. So in that case we need to set up polling ourselves. Yeah, that's basically also how you do it in X11 when you want basically 2 event loops at the same time. So yeah, let's remove the Wayland server core and remove this, and also do we need pipe? I think your pipe is still obviously kind of needed. Okay, and then instead of this we just say while true, and then instead of this we say WL display flush, but we still need to get the WL display FD, get FD of the display, and then say int WL FD, so do that, and then we can flush the display, and then we can poll, right? But to poll we need to set up our FD list, right? So struct poll FD, and we need to include poll.h or something, I don't know, poll.h, yeah. full.h and the poll FD FDs, and we want to have 2 of them, and then we can say something like, yeah, can't we do something like this and then like this and then like this? Oh, well, I think that's the more sleek way to do it. Yeah, that's actually not valid C++, I guess. It isn't, maybe because we need to do something like poll FD. Yeah, is sys.poll included? Sys poll, yes. And then am I like retarded? Struct row. Okay, and then we can say events is equal to we want to poll in, right? And then the FD is equal to Wayland FD, and then we have another one, also poll in, and it's the redraw pipe at 0, like that. And that's our poll FDs, and then we just say poll FDs is our FDs, NFDs is 2, timeout, no timeout, and then we can say something like if I think not. Or I think this. And we want to break. And if FDs, right, at 0 dot re-events, re-events, poll in. So we got the poll in event at 0, so from Wayland. Then we dispatch Wayland events, so display. And I think we also, no documentation, and let me quickly look that up. Okay, so it returns -1. So if that's -1, we want to break. If we want to break, yeah, and then it returns -1. And now we can check if we receive this event from our redraw pipe, and then we can basically say that this in here, right? And FD is just going to be redraw pipe at 0, right? And then we can remove pipe redraw, and then after we received all the events, we can say if needs redraw, win redraw, right? As we did usually, right? Okay. Still weird, right? Or, oh wait, is it weird? Yes, because it still doesn't paint when we want to redraw. That's so weird, what the fuck? Maybe because we didn't really correctly write to our pipe. Shouldn't we write to redraw pipe at 0? But this happens, right? Yeah, needs to happen, right? Redraw pipe. But where's painted even called? Painted here, and paint gets called in here, right? Paint, so buffer. Do we receive events here? Event. Nope. So let's try that. Okay, so I asked ChatGPT because I have really no idea like what the fuck is happening. And the thing is that this just blocks, right? And apparently we can say if that's not hallucinated, display, prepare, read, yeah. And this is just non-blocking preparing for events. And we can do this before pulling. And then, yeah, I mean, we should kind of then do display answer reads when breaking, right? And let me check. Yeah, and then what we can basically do is check if there are no Wayland events, and then we also cancel, and else we probably dispatch, right? So basically the same thing, but without that. Then we say we kind of need to read events apparently, and then we want to dispatch pending. So that basically how we do it like non-completely blockingly, right? If that actually worked, right? Yeah, and then we can this should now kind of work apparently. Yes, kind of, right? Event gets set at least. Wondering maybe like let's make that a little bit safer to just clear the pipe completely like that. Yeah. Now the question is, why does this not get called? Called. Okay, and when redraw, because okay, or needs redraw, and then we can check painted. Okay, let's see, painted. Okay, finally. So that's now correctly hooked up, right? And to now actually not do just that and actually display it on the screen. Let's kind of do that, right? So text, paint text. Instead of hello world, let's say char pointer buff 32 as printf into buff. Format is PID %I and then something like CPU. Let's say, just to be clear, CPU %F, comma CPU global %F, and let's say %2F, and to not like completely go overboard. And then let's just say, I don't know, maybe like PIDs, I mean like tasks, and that's also pthread new tags. lock our tasks mute tasks log and unlock it again. So let's see. Let's just say tasks.data at 0.pid and then tasks.data at 0.global CPU usage and tasks.data at 0.CPU usage, right? And that actually set false. That's super nice. Maybe because the tasks at data just doesn't exist yet. So let's just say if tasks.count is greater than 0, only then. And we want to lock before build. Let's see. Let's just not paint this for now. Wait, why are we printing a fucking exclamation mark? What the fuck? So buff, right? Yeah. I think in the first second, let's say tasks.count. Why is it so weird in the first, like, you know? Shouldn't like tasks.count be 0 in the beginning? Yeah, it's actually set to 0, right? And this maybe sets it to something else, tasks.count. But only after, okay, so let's just say tasks.count is equal to that after we wrote, right? I think that makes more sense. Yeah, right. That's pretty cool stuff, right? I mean, what we kind of can do is say tasks.count is still that, but also we kind of need to say in here already we kind of need to set some kind of value for each task. So let's say in here for uint I is equal to 0, I is less than n PIDs I plus. We want to set it to PIDs at I, that's correct, but this is just 0, 0 like that. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, nice. So I mean, let's just kind of display the first 10, right? So let's then say for uint I is equal to 0, I is less than 10 plus, and then we set it like this and float y is equal to 0, and then y plus equal. Isn't there like something like line gap? Is line gap just, is this just 30 plus line gap? I don't know. So y, and yeah, and then we can say at I in here and in here, and that's looking like, it may look a little bit weird because all of them are 0. I mean, it can be weird. Maybe it shouldn't be that way. I don't know. Let's say it's less than just nPIDs in general. So tasks.count. It's all 0. It's a little, yeah. I think drawing that much text is a little bit, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's because like the text issue, and we need to kind of fix that, right? Let's just remove that painted in here, maybe. Yeah. Did you see that? 1.0. So that's actually working. Nice. So let's not print CPU usage off for that, maybe. And then for the text, paint text thing. What does paint text do? Gets the bitmap and paints the glyph. So let's see. Printf retrieved bitmap for %c and then c. So it's retrieving them every single time. That's obviously very bad. Free. Do we like kind of read the bitmap? I don't know. Bruh, it's just, wait, so let's just say glyph bitmaps at c is equal to this, and then let's say bitmap is equal to glyph bitmaps at c. Maybe this resolves it, I don't know. Fuck, doesn't glyph bitmaps, I mean, it's 127, right? Okay, so I think we need to do something like, yeah, bitmap is equal to that, and then glyph bitmaps at c is equal to bitmap. No, okay, that's actually, let's just say if not glyph bitmaps at c, let's say glyph bitmaps at c is equal to malloc size of uint8t pointer, and then glyph bitmaps at c is equal to that, and then say glyph bitmaps at c, right? Yes, or something. Okay, so the problem is, I think this is a little bit weird in general. So let's just say it's equal to null, and then where's glyph bitmaps? Here. Let's just say glyph bitmaps in general is equal to malloc size of uint8t pointer times, let's just say 256 or something, and then yeah, like that. And then I'm wondering, shouldn't I like say glyph bitmaps at I is equal to malloc size of uint8t pointer, and then glyph bitmaps at I is equal to null. Okay, but why is it Like, what the fuck? So let's say glyph bitmaps. So if that is equal null, then can't we then just say this? Why is C now such a weird value? I don't really get it. So let's say paint text. That just make it really easy, right? So instead of this huge string, let's just paint a hello, and just like that, hello. But then after that, they kind of like get deleted, right? So glyph, do we kind of free the glyph bitmaps? Can that be the case? I don't know. Paint glyph, does this free anything? No. Free, no, we don't free anything. So glyph bitmaps at C, right? Is that some weird thing that we can't keep? No, just an unsigned sharp pointer, right? That's so weird. Okay, guys, I'm actually very dumb. Let me see, where is it? Oh, I lost it. What the fuck? Glyph bitmap. So the thing is, this also returns all of those things, and we need to store them for each glyph. So let's have a type def struct cached glyph t, and it has a uint 8t bitmap, and it has a glyph width, glyph height, glyph x, glyph y, and this is just a cached glyph t pointer. And then in here we can just say glyph bitmaps is equal to malloc size of cached glyph t, and then at I dot let's just not initialize them at all. At least the bitmap, let's just say null, like that, and then we can say if glyph bitmaps at I dot bitmap is equal to null, then we say dot bitmap is equal to that, and then glyph bitmaps at C, it needs to be like that, and then glyph bitmaps at c.glyph height, and then glyph bitmaps at c.glyph x, and glyph bitmaps at c.glyph y. Just like that. And then we can say glyph bitmaps at c in here, but we say dot bitmap, and wait, so let's remove those and say, yeah, let's just say something like stored, like cached glyph t, g is equal to this, so it's equal to that, and then say c dot bitmap, I mean g dot bitmap, and then g, I mean we can just query replace that, but why? So that and that and that, and this should now work, as you can see. So why does it sick for? Okay, so we're setting the bitmap to null, and we allocated this already, and we allocated it a lot of them, let's say that. And then something in here, second, in paint text. Got here. Let me quickly go to the toilet. Hey, we need to actually malloc, but I don't think so, because this mallocs for us. Okay, so printf got here. Oh, he got here, and did he got here? No. So then what's the problem? Can we just call g.gw? Is that the problem? Okay, what the fuck? Because needs to be this to actually really work. So sg dot with g and that. Okay, and now let's check. Okay, and now let's see printf rasterized %c and then c, and it's not rasterizing each time, right? So now instead of hello, now we haven't got the fucking loop anymore because I deleted it. What the fuck? Let's just say I is less than 10, I plus plus, and then we paint text PID, and then we need to get to the task info. Task is equal to tasks.data at I, and then we need a buff. Then we say as printf PID %I CPU %2f buff, by the way, and then CPU global %2f, and then yeah, task.pid, task.cpu usage, task.cpu usage, global CPU usage, and sprintf will always overflow. Okay, so like that. Thank you, compiler. Okay, buff. Right, so both. Yeah. And by the way, it still has a background. We don't even need that. Where's paint text? Background, and that, and that, and that. And it's always the same. Why? So y is equal to 0. So that needs to be here. And would you look at that? And it doesn't. Oh, yeah. So probably, yeah. Okay. So paint rect. Let's say if W is yeah, that's a problem. So let's have W as an so yeah, that's actually a problem. Let's have W as an int just to be sure, because it will overflow, you know. So if W is less than 0 or height is less than 0, we just fucking return. I don't give a shit about your rect and rect. Let's have that as a thing and that, and let's go. No, we don't have a sick food. Okay, so that's actually pretty cool, right? Nice. Now we need some kind of actual UI system where the user can actually do stuff. So let's first refactor a bit. Yeah, maybe like refactor into actual files, or at least global state, right? So let's have some kind of state, typedef struct, state t, and let's have all of those things in typedef struct WL state. Let's replace those as equal to zeros. That's the WL state, and then we need a win state. So win state. Let's have a T in here because we're cool like that. And that's basically all of those things. I don't know if the buffer is part of the window or part of the drawing, but I don't really give a shit. And then new width. So let's have, say, width and height. And needs resize, needs redraw. Let's also have that. Needs resize, needs redraw. And TTF buff, scale, baseline. Okay, so let's have some kind of typedef struct font t, and that just has a, but I think the TTF buff, like, why is it even global? Doesn't really make sense, right? Yeah, maybe to free it, right? So let's say UMT TTF buff. By the way, we are not freeing a lot of things. So I think in tasks update, yeah, we malloc something, or do we even? Read all PIDs is kind of mallocing shit, and this is also mallocing shit. And yeah, that's not the best thing. And wait, PT first and PT second. Okay, so let's just say free PT first, free PT first, PT second, and free PIDs, right? So let's free all of those to be nice and clean and not leak any memory. And then let's go back to our refactoring. So font has a TTF buff, and it has a float scale, baseline, yeah, cached glyph, glyph bitmaps, or let's just say glyphs, tasks, and task log, and redraw pipe. I think the redraw pipe is okay to be in WL state. So this is not needed anymore. And also the font info. And now let's see. We need a WL state, WL. And then we need a win state, win, and we need a font default font t, and then let's have a kind of a task state, or I don't know, I think it's not enough to be a separate struct, so let's have that, and remove those. Okay, so let's say, and then we need a static state ts. Let's just say s dot wl, s dot wl, s dot wl base. Okay, so I just refactored the code base a bit. So now the waytask.h header, or C file I mean, only contains stuff that is actually related to how the application is running and couldn't really be abstracted, such as the the Wayland things. I mean, you could have a wayland.h and wayland.z, but I don't think that would make sense to split until you have files that are like 20 lines and like 20 of them. So I think this makes more sense to keep it. And event loop and init windowing, init window and task threading init are all kept, and those are new functions. Event loop is just the event loop we wrote in a function. Init windowing is just the windowing init with a few error codes added. Init window, just the same. We wrote that in the beginning of the session with a little bit of error codes, and task threading init is just initting the mutex and thread and stuff like that. Event loop, just the same, right? And yeah, what else? Task, load font is now actually a function, so we can actually load fonts now and don't have this random ass thing flowing around. And by the way, in types is also a new header, and in here we have default font, for example, in state. By the way, state shouldn't be in types actually. So let's yoink that and put it into here. So that just has a default font with which which we render. But I think let's explore some better fonts. Let's see, top 10 UI fonts. Yeah, looks pretty ass, I guess. Like the thing is, I don't have them, so I only know Inter. So let's say Inter variable. I mean, that looks great. Like not great, okay, right? Okay, so now actually designing the entire UI, and it's not going to be some weird ass UI. So yeah, let's get to it. Okay, I had to plan a little bit, sketch out the usual, so that we have actually a nice UI thing. I've got a sketch made. I'm not showing it to you because I want to, yeah, keep the tension and make it a little bit more interesting. Maybe like add tension. But yeah, okay. So I found this font, which is also Inter. But what I thought in our paint method, let's define some globals. And with globals, I mean simple defines. Okay, so define color background. And would you look at F00, FF, wait, those, yeah. And for the experts, they might know that this color is actually white. Yeah, we're making a white mode task manager because that's my current feeling. Yeah, bro, I don't know, why not? Okay, so and foreground is going to be this, and then maybe like color secondary is going to be, yeah, let me, oh no, I'm on Wayland, I don't even have a color picker. Let me quickly go to color picker and search a little bit of a nice color. Maybe this. Yeah, you're not seeing anything, but that's the plan. Yeah, I think this is great. Let's use this. Right, guys, this is color secondary, and then what we are going to do is inside of Paint. Where's Paint, man? Here. By the way, I created paint.h and paint.c. I don't know if you noticed or if I said so. Okay, so we fill with color backgrounds, and then let's ignore this for now and just, okay, wait, so pthread mutix lock and unlock. Okay, let's just also ignore this, and let's just basically just do that. Okay, so white thing, right? Now, the cool thing is going to be processes. Okay, so that's basically our header. It's going to be looking cool and shit. Okay, so where's default font? Default font. Let's add a bold font. Semi-cook, okay? And then default font and then bold font. And then we just say bold, and in paint, let's go in paint. Let's just say paint text into pixels, processes, like this, right? And then we're going to use bold font for that. And let's also make bold font, let's use 24 for this and 36 for this. So bold font, and X is going to be, ooh, we need a function to measure text. So let's see, void measure text, const char pointer text, and then something like font t font. And in paint, where is that? We basically yoink the render method and say, okay, text x is equal to 0. And why is text x even 0? Shouldn't it be x? Yeah. Okay, never mind. So, but text x0 makes sense in here, right? So that, and then we don't paint the glyph. We just do that basically. Yeah, pretty nice. And then maybe also add left side bearing, but and then we just return text x, and that's basically it, right? So float, and maybe we put that into paint because whatever. So paint, it's actually not a paint thing. Yeah, it's not I can't do that. I can't do that shit because it's not really sensible. Okay, so let's put measure text somewhere very down because it's really irritating for me. And then let's use measure text like that. And then we can finally measure text. Okay, so let's say text width is equal to measure text. Let's have a little bit of a scope to be cozy and nice, like this. And this is actually very uncozy and very unsatisfying, but whatever. Const char pointer text is equal to processes, and then we'll have measure text, text font, s.bold font. And yeah, so let's do that. And it still doesn't work. So paint text at basically s.win.width minus text width divided by 2. And y is just like something like 20, and color, let's say foreground. Pixel width is pixel width, pixel, I right, and that's a nice text right there. Maybe we'll see. Mr. Text is not there. Okay, maybe let's say 00. Oh wait, no, it should work, right? Let's see. No, nothing. Maybe just use default font. Nope. Maybe use 0x00 something else. Nope. Okay, why can't we render text anymore? That's actually very sus. That's actually very, very sus. Maybe because of this shenanigan. When we render somewhere like 500, maybe it's just not visible. Oh, what? Why? That's weird. How did we paint text in the beginning? Where it worked. Everything was nice like that. Yeah, let's copy measure text for now. Go back to where we started. Everything worked nicely, you know? This is actually cool because it looks like we scrolled down and shit. Yeah. So why does this work? Pixels buff. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's implement measure text first. Let's put that here. Okay, and then just don't paint direct. Maybe this was the problem. And say color secondary. No, this was not the problem, in fact. And when we say color foreground, 0x00 ff. Wait, it's maybe the blending has a problem. 000000. And what if I say, I don't know, this? Okay, what about this? It only renders white or what? That's so weird. FF in here, what the fuck? And when we use 0x0 in here, okay, and on white it doesn't blend. It's weird. What if we do 0xff, just the normal one, like this? Okay, I guess. Okay. Do we have? Oh, we don't. So default font, bold fonts. So bold 24, 36, and then measure text. Let's put that down there. So down here, and says this and this and like that, and bold font. Nice. Okay, that's cool and shit because it's bold. Is there semi-bold? No. Okay. Then let's try adding so text. Where's text? Let's try saying something like yeah, just remove that. Yeah, remove that and say something like char pointer text is equal to below this and render the text, but not at 0, 0. Okay, let's first try and render at 0, 0 to be extra safe. Okay, renders at 0, 0, right? And then what about rendering at the middle of the screen? Load text width is equal to measure text, font is s.bold font, and this is just s.window.width minus text width divided by 2, and that actually is in the middle. And let's just say something like max that, or fmax f this and 0, and also let's say float padding is equal to 10, and then let's say plus padding times 2 first. I think we need to say plus padding maybe? No, I think that was correct, right? But we need to say padding in here and padding times 2, right? Padding times 2 and padding like that. This should in theory, I think what we need to do is say maybe like plus padding times 2, but in here minus padding. No? Yes? Is that correct? No. Bro, I think can't I just say this divided by 2? Wait, so I divide that by 2, and then by the way, f max f that with 0. That's actually very weird. Why doesn't it like what? Yeah, okay, I like that. Yeah, I think the padding thing doesn't make sense in the first place, right? I don't really know what I was thinking. So let's say 0x ff, and let's say 0x0 in here, and it does work. Paint div. Okay, so the UI is going to be a white mode UI. That's what I thought. And yeah, that's our board here, and it's white. That's what I set up. It's just a color, and it's white, right? So the next thing we actually need is to draw some text, but I have a little bit of a design paper or like mock-up, and my mock-up needs centered text, and for centered text we need to measure text, and for measuring text we need to go to paint. and go into paint text actually. And in paint text, we can just do paint text without painting. And this is measuring, right? So let's say float measure text. So measure text, basically we don't need that. We just need text and font actually, right? So 0 and yeah, and then we return text X, right? Just like that. And yeah, okay. Where's our fill here? Okay, and then to render actual text, let's say because our header is processes. So processes. That's what we're going to be displaying. And let's have a text width is equal to measure text, text with the font s dot bold font. Actually, I made that. It's just the same font, just bold. And yeah, then we paint text pixels, text, and then s dot bold font. X is going to be pretty simple. It's just we do fmax f with 0 and basically s dot win dot width minus text width divided by 2, right? So that's centering, and then let's have a small padding of like 20 pixels and say y is equal to padding. So padding. Color is color foreground. Pixel width is pixel width, and pixel height is pixel height, right? And let's see, do we see a text? Perfect, processes, and it looks like a nice UI you would expect from something modern, right? Okay, and now for the actual like table of processes, let's create this. What I thought of is basically painting a nice rounded rectangle. But let's first, because this is a little bit harder, and I always am the guy that actually implements the things like rounded rectangles, gradients before actually doing the simple, you know, actual implementation of things. Okay, so now for our box, right? Let's have a let's actually have a let me think. Let's have a container of some sort for the box. So let's say float box width is equal to win width minus, and let's get our padding. And by the way, win width is s dot win dot width minus padding times 2, and then box height is the height minus padding times 2, and then box x and y. So box x is just padding. And the thing is, like, let's say box is not padding times 2, but minus 100, actually not here, minus 100 here, minus padding, right? Because 100 is the size of the different box. So let's say float box height is equal to 100, and then we can also say box height is equal to box height, so s dot win dot height minus box height minus padding, and maybe also get padding into here, and yeah, that's basically the first box. And the second box is this box, and box width is that, and padding is padding, and this is that, and box y is just going to be box height, but let's first do that and then do that. Yeah, that makes more sense. And then draw the box. Okay, so paint rect pixels, box x, box y, box width, box height, and let's just use 0x 00, and then like cc, and just for now pixel width, pixel height, and see if that does anything. Yeah, we get a nice box for our processes, right? Cool. Okay, so now but I think the padding is actually too little. So let's say padding is equal to 40 in here. Yeah, seems okay. But I'm wondering, maybe actually this doesn't even need minus padding. Let me check. Yeah, okay, it does. Yeah, I think this looks actually kind of okay. But the thing is, I want a cooler box, right? Okay, so let's write a simple function that will draw basically a bordered rectangle. So we first first need to get the radius squared, basically, so the border width squared, I guess. So okay, so let's make a simple function that just draws the borders of a rectangle. So let's say row is equal to 0, row is less than border width, and actually row, yeah, okay, and row plus plus, and then let's say column is to 0, column is less than border width, column plus plus, but column is not less than border width but less than width, and then let's just say uint32t col is equal to and pixels at y times width plus y, just that, right? That's our column. Plus x. Sorry, I knew there was something, right? Plus x. What is actually, yeah, y plus r, like this. And then we say column at c plus, no, actually not plus plus because we do that. Because then it would be, oh, it's actually c plus plus here. That's cool. Column at c is equal to color, right? So color, yeah. That will be the top border. Oops, that was the SDF from, here it is. Yeah, we will not need that because I tested it with the SDF, but it's way too slow. Actually, let's say paint rect border in here, and let's just say 2. Let's add that in here and do this. Okay, then we have the border of the rectangle, kind of. Okay, let's see. Maybe because like shouldn't we start at x and end it with let's say box width and box height. Let's say box width is just going to be 200, 200. I think it's a little bit weird because it's so tiny, right? Can that be the case? 4? Oh, what the fuck? R is less than 4, and we are y plus r and times w. Yeah, right? Or is it? Dong. Yeah. Paint rect pixel width. Now we have our border. Then we can say the same for the bottom. So r is still less than border width, but we say y plus height plus r. Okay. And then we say in here, basically row. What? Yeah, row is and this is height minus wait, so the row is less than height, right? And then this is less than border width. Oops. Row is less than okay, so let's say y plus row. Yeah, nice. And then the same for the right one. So it's less than height, and then we just say in here plus w. Okay. Height plus border width. Okay, I guess so. And let's say 1. And now let's say box width, box height. And that is actually looking like a cool box. Wow! Now back to the design. Where is our design? And I'm not releasing it until we computed it, made it completely production ready. So where is the design? Here. Yeah. Okay. So let's before we have that, let's add a kind of new section, another section. Saying right in here. Box size is equal to something like 100 first. And float box y is equal to box x is equal to padding, and box y is equal to box height, and this is just plus 100, right? And yeah, and then we can kind of draw some cool texts. For example, char buff 32, and basically let's have a, where's our bold font? Let's have a let's call this heading font and another one bold font. So heading font and bold font. Where's bold font? Let's say s.heading font and s.heading font, and let's say where's heading font, and this is just basically like that, right? So where is our sheet? Paint. Oh, painter. Let's just paint some text, right? So let's paint text, and the text is going to be a char text. Oh, I already made that. That's actually cool. So s.printf into the text, we print some shit, which is processes, and then in parentheses, and then %i, and then tasks.count, s.tasks.count. And then let's place that at box x, box y. Actually, why is y 0? Let's add padding or something. Or what is that? What is 0 in here? Bro. Okay. Okay, so box y, color is going to be color foreground, and this is going to be actually not the heading font, but the bold font. Let's just test that. Okay, looking nice, but a little bit weird. So let's say box height is equal to, I mean, we should be able to measure. Can't we just say s.bold font dot size, and then we have to say unit size, and then in load font we just say font size equal to size, and then bold font dot size, yeah, that, and padding is equal to this. Okay, and box X is equal to padding. So I don't really get then. Okay, this is some weird value, I think. Sort size. Yeah, what the fuck? Because bruh, is equal to size. We need to say pixel size or size px, right? So where's bold font again? Yeah, let's test it. Okay, now we actually have correct this, but I still don't really get why it's positioned differently than this. Because box X is exactly the same thing for both of them. Maybe it doesn't make sense. Let's say what if okay, but padding is equal to 40, so that makes sense. So let's say padding is equal to 50 in here. Nice. Let's say padding is going to be something like padding horizontal and padding, so let's say padding vertical and padding horizontal, both equal to 20. Padding vertical is going to be 50, padding horizontal, and padding vertical is going to be 10. And box X is equal to padding horizontal, and this is going to be plus padding vertical, and padding is equal to, so padding horizontal, and then padding horizontal, and padding vertical, but padding vertical is going to be the same in here, like that. And that is looking awesome, right? And actually very great. Okay. Now there is like on my mockup a checkbox that is unchecked that has all posts. Now the question is, what does that mean? Maybe like, yeah, let's just implement it still, you know. So for that, let's just say paint rect border. Width is going to be 20, and then that's say where's box X. Okay, let's say box X plus equal text measure or measure text, then text with s dot bold font, and then plus padding vertical just because it's less. That's box X and box Y and 2020. Okay, let's see. Nice. We have that little checkbox here. But let's say plus padding horizontal still. What? This cannot be the case. So it's not sec floating, but with padding horizontal, it just what? Paint rect border. That's like extremely weird, right? Like what the fuck? Maybe because when what if this is like so unsensical. 30 sec faults, 25. Maybe everything sec faults that is, but that cannot be. Bro, what? Okay, let's maybe try just like that. Okay, so this doesn't sec fault. What about adding this? This doesn't sec fault as well. And what about adding, and this will probably sec fault, right? No. And this also no. Bro, that's this kind of weird thing where it sec faults like most of the time. Plus X plus W. Wait, this kind of doesn't. Yeah, it makes sense. Segmentation fault. Now the question is, I don't really know which part of it actually causes it. Okay, this part also. Okay, that's scuffed as fuck. Okay, so Y plus R times pixel width plus X. That's so weird. Like what? What the fuck? Okay, let's add 100. Okay, I think it was just yeah, some of this. So I mean, let's just remove those. Okay, no, plus W. Cool. Okay, so let's just say plus pick that, the horizontal one, and that's too much actually. Let's say divided by 2, and like that. That is cool, right? And that is pretty. What the fuck? Okay, we are not caring. Okay. I think it's still too much. So let's use PV again. Yeah, that looks cool. Okay, and then we write a text which is all processes, and this is going to be in the default font, which is going to make it look very cool. Let's say box X plus equal 20 plus padding vertical. Yeah, nice. Okay, like that. And then we are actually going to have a search feature. Yeah, I'm absolutely crazy and have no life. So let's add that fucking a search feature by firstly drawing a box with the dimensions. Bro, search is going to be insane. Alone input handling and shit and rendering the input field. Yeah, fuck that. No, like we just ignore that it's going to be insane. Okay, so yeah, this is that, and let's say something like, yeah, I think 300 times s.boldFont.size. 1 is going to be okay, and box x in this case is equal to box x plus box width. Box w. Is there no box width? Oh, okay then. Okay, then let's just say s.win.width minus horizontal padding horizontal minus 300. Yup. I don't really know why this is there. Like, why isn't it correctly shaped? Why is that? Because okay, so let's say padding horizontal is 40. So let's say float search width is equal to 300. Const float search padding is equal to 40, and let's say search padding minus search width and search width, and also on the same position we are going to be drawing, and yeah, maybe like plus 5 or something, or plus 10. We're going to be drawing search. That looks beautiful, doesn't it? And maybe to be really cool, we could say something like 0x99, or I don't know, like 55555. Is that the correct? Yeah, this looks kind of cool, right? And let's say the position is equal to fmax x, like this, and the box x of the text. So let's say float text x is equal to box x, and it cannot go beneath that. So let's say fmax x, text x, and this text x plus measure text, all processes, and s.default font. Yeah, it's like working with auto UI engine is a pain in the ass, I know, but I think it's okay like that. Yeah, like that. I think we shouldn't be like, if width plus x is greater than or equal to pixel width in general, then we'll just say width is equal to pixel width minus x. No. Okay, wait, but what wasn't this the segfault cause? Width is equal to I don't know, like, why does this segfault? What the fuck? Wait, do we have any pixel width, pixel height, pixel width, pixel height, pixel width, pixel height? I don't know. This kind of doesn't make sense, right? I mean, okay, then that was overflow. I don't really give a shit. Now the thing is, search width needs to be capped by search width is equal to, let's say, equal to min f 300, and win width, so s.win.width minus text x minus padding horizontal or something, to see if it actually works. Yeah, super cool. But also fminf of the text size of this one star pointer search text is equal to search. So fminf measure text search text with s.default font. Well, actually fmax f in here. Yeah, plus 10, right? So let's say plus 20 actually. So where is that? Let's say search padding, let's say, and also text padding is equal to 10, and search width is equal to that, and minus text width and search text, measure text, search text, default font, plus text padding times 2, and then we say text padding. Cool, except this, but we can fix that later. Okay, so this is that, right? Now let's actually kind of format this better, maybe, so that actually people are not too disgusted by this, even though they should be. Like that. And then, yeah, let's just print our main thing. So the thing is, we need to calculate a grid. And for that, we kind of need the maximum size of each element in each grid thing. Or Or we could just say, yeah, let's just say it really easily so that we have 3 columns or something like that. Or maybe we can also just make the columns be directly after each other. Yeah, let's see. Let's first of all just display PID, CPU usage, and CPU usage global. Yeah, let's do that. So let's say paint text, and let's just paint here quickly. Okay, so let's see. Let's say box X plus equal 10 and box Y plus equal 10. And let's just say PID and S dot both. All right, so that's looking great, right? But now let's add. Oh yeah, we should fix that, right? So the thing is, this is another day actually again. So this is the 3rd day of writing that. All right, so let's go into Paint, and there was this weird thing, I guess, where we couldn't just return. What if we just say if X plus width is greater than or equal to pixel width, then we can return. Like basically just don't show the entire shape, right? Yeah, this works correctly. But okay, so then let's say something like instead of this we say X is equal to, more like width is equal to pixel width minus X minus border width segfolds times 2. So yeah, I'm really not getting that, because this shouldn't even what if we just say width equal to 2 or something, or like 10? Yeah, because like, I mean, this doesn't even really trigger, so why do we get an instant segfold? I mean, let's say in Paint, let's go into here and just render a box like this and return 0 0. Okay, so this works, and saying this also works, but this segfolds. Okay, so maybe we should say something like I think this just makes more sense to me, and then do that. I mean, you could say X plus border width, but I don't really know. So this works, right? But what if we add something like, what if we do this? Yeah, seems to still work, but I don't really know if it actually works, because for it to actually work, because maybe it's just overwriting the pixels it already wrote, and we don't see that it doesn't work, but it seems to correctly work, right? Nice. In that case, okay, yeah, seems to work, right? Seems to work. Okay, so let's then display our tasks, I guess, right? So let's go into, and by the way, in our tasks at I, or task.data at I, or tasks data at I, in here, bro, here, okay, in here, let's just say if usage is greater than 0.5 or something, only then we want to, or okay, let's add every task, but only display certain task. Okay, so where do we write that? Okay, that's here. CPU total, and then let's say box X is equal to heading that, and box and let's say plus 10, and then box Y plus equals s dot bold font dot size plus 10, and yeah, and then let's just render, basically render the same things, right? So let's say that's our offset, basically do that, and just like that, and let's say we are putting that into a separate scope like this, and also that, and let's try if that just shows 2 lines correctly. Yes, but now instead of bold font we will use regular font, default font, default font, and default font, and instead of this we will say something like this, and then for u and 32t I is equal to 0, I is less than s.tasks.data and I++, and then we'll say if box Y is greater than or equal to let's say something like float box, or box Y is equal to box height, and box height is then equal to that. Let's say something like const float box pos Y is equal to box Y, and then we'll say if box Y is greater than box pos Y plus box height, then we'll break, and we will kind of maybe do this, or I don't really give a shit, person between as a count, and then also let's say task info t task is equal to tasks.s.task.data at I, and then if task.cpu usage is greater than 0.5, and let's say or task.cpu usage global CPU usage is greater than 0.5, then we'll actually do that. that, or let's be a never nester and do something like this, right? Okay, yeah, okay, that's looking good, right? But now we need to actually display it. So let me think. Let's just say something like char PID and then 32 or 6. Let's just do 32. I mean, we're in 2025. PID and then %I s.task.data at already got that task.pid and then %CPU will be by the way, don't forget that, so PID and then CPU percent and then task.CPU usage and then let's say %2f and say something like CPU percent and then CPU percent global will be task CPU global CPU CPU percent global and by the way CPU percent in here and CPU percent global yeah and then CPU usage global CPU usage and that should be it. Okay, that's actually looking very nice. Perfect. We're getting some tasks at 100% in here. That's great. But we kind of need to know the names of the actual processes, right? So for that we need a name field, right? To get the name, it's kind of simple. Let's go into the CPU.c, read CPU time, read all PIDs. Let's say, I think this is better, or maybe in CPU.c.h, let's say, get task name. Let's say PID, and char pointer name. Read all PIDs should be in here, right? Okay. Get task name, and what this just does is basically that and this, and instead of opening stat, it will open com. So if we go to cd proc/1 and then cat com, that's the name of the process. So let's go into com and malloc size and return false, and then this is basically the file buff. So we'll say name is equal to file buff and return true. Okay. So let's see in waytask in our first of all, let's add a char pointer name to our task list and then task info. So char pointer name, and in waytask we have some kind of function. Where is that function? Tasks update. So read all PIDs. If not read all PIDs, look, we return false, but this is wrong. Let's say I think this is not even wrong because if we didn't open, we don't need to close. But still, okay. So closed here is correct. And we close in here because the thing is, I noticed some kind of memory leak. Key thread new text log is okay. Read total CPU time. I mean, we're freeing PIDs, we're freeing that and that. So I don't really know. Maybe it also doesn't have a memory leak, but I had the program open for like an hour and then my PC crashed as I came back. So let's see, maybe in some kind of good editor like etop. Let's go into waytask. Look at that. Why is it leaking so much memory? It's actually insane. That's very, very bad. Okay, let's maybe not update tasks and see if that's the issue. Okay, yeah, this seems to fix the issue, right? So it's something in here. Okay, realloc. Let's see. Reallocate it. Okay, that's not happening like 1,000 times. Read task CPU time. Does that allocate memory? It does, but it doesn't free it. Oh my god, it doesn't free the memory, right? That's bad. And this probably, okay, this kind of is correct, right? Yes. Okay, so that's bad. I think this should now be fixed, right? Yep. Okay. Now for the name. Read all PIDs, global CPU usage. Let's say tasks.data@i.name is equal to get like something like yeah, I think it's okay to reallocate the name each time and not really cache it because it doesn't really make a difference. So let's say not equal null rename name, and then name is equal to get task name of PIDs at I and so that and task.data I name and okay, and then yeah, if not that, fprintf std error waytask to get name of task with PID and I PIDs at I, and then somewhere we need to set, where do we even set tasks? Do we allocate tasks anywhere? Here. So let's say for wait, PIDs at I get task name. Okay, Okay. We can have some kind of an init flag, right? Yeah. I think that's the thing we can do. So let's go types and say init, and then if task.data init, and then tasks.data init is equal to true, and end is equal to all. I think that problem is that we let us say something like for utility I is equal to 0, I is less than tasks.count, so n PIDs minus tasks.count I plus plus. So basically the new allocated fields should have should get init set to true. So the newly allocated fields should have init set to like yeah, in this scenario we could just say that just to be sure, and then this, and then this. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if the name gets read. No. Okay, because we only do it here. Yeah, that's a little bit dumb. I might say we should actually add that into here somewhere like here. Then if not tasks.I valid continue, and then do this and this. Okay. Okay, we can first of all print tasks.I name. Right. So let's print the name. Okay, so this basically we're never calling that. I mean, bruh, like this. Okay, so the name basically never really gets assigned. Why is that? Do we have to do something like this and then name? I don't really. I'm a professional at pointer handling in C, so I might be dumb. Okay, it's kind of worked. Also, a lot of things are just random things. So let's actually first start trying to not free anything and hopefully not crashing our machine. Okay, but this kind of removed the issue, right? Yeah, probably because okay, but this then assigns that again and should work, right? Kind of. What if we do it like this? Yeah, then it doesn't work. Sounds obvious. Okay, so I think I tracked down the issue. I think it's because we're not no terminating. So let's say something like name at Sterling of name -1, like that, -1, like that, or maybe like this. Is equal to 0, and also no, actually at Sterling, and also like this is maybe the issue. I think so, but all of them have new lines. I noticed. So let's say if name at Sterling of name -1 equal \n, then let's just say uint32t uint8t offset is equal to 0, and then so if that's the case, then we say offset is equal to 1, and in here we say minus offset. Okay, that's definitely weird. Let's first do that again and check if it. Bro, why? Okay, so apparently it makes way more sense to use fgetS and just use that because fread doesn't null terminate, meaning that Sterling is completely broken. So that's actually very bad. Let's say char buff. File path 32 is enough, or maybe 64. As printf file path /proc /%i/com, and then we do PID and file path and read, right? And this is the file, and we get it with that, and then we do then we have the buffer, which is already null terminated. So then we can I think we can just say name, so name is equal to malloc stir then of buffer +1, and then stir copy destination is name and source is buff, and this should work. Okay, now it actually really works, right? Nice. Okay, but we want to remove the last one. Isn't there a stir n copy, and n is just Sterling of buff -1, and then this. Okay, I think, but this only if buff at Sterling of buff -1 is equal to \n, and else we say Sterling of buff +1, and without the -1, maybe it like this needs the bytes. And then we can say something like then we can say name at Sterling of buff -1 is equal to \0. Bro, where's the backslash here. 0. Okay. -2. No. Okay. That's weird. Okay, so let's just say that. And then, okay, then we get this, but we don't want, we want it like that. Okay, so this is fine, but there are new lines at every name. So let's say buffer at sterlen of buffer -1 is equal to \0, and this gets us the task correctly. But the thing is only if buff at sterlen of buff -1 is equal to \n. Then we want that. And user were, does it actually system the user were? Okay, that's weird. Yeah, nice. So now we get the name and free task name. Read. So it correctly freeze, and way task isn't taking up copious amounts of memory. Nice. So now we can actually display the name by just going to our that and saying float, let's say const float n this is equal to 4 now. And then let's have some better way of doing this, and let's just say const char pointer div headers n divs is aber u-t n divs array folded. Oh, okay. Can I say something like const expr? Doesn't exist. Doesn't really exist. I don't know how to do that. Static const? No, not really. Yeah, then I guess let's just say 4 in here. I don't know how to do that correctly. And let's say PID, %CPU, and %CPU total. And then for u32t is equal to 0, as that's done. N divs, I++, we do this, and then we say div headers at I, and does that, and this is divided by n divs, and the same thing in here. Let's just have something like div values instead. So u-t div vals, or also const char pointer div vals 4 is equal to, and let's just print all of them like that, but this it's like this and like this, and maybe have some spacing. That okay. Now this can be name, the first one. So name, task.name, and then PID CPU% global, and this is, by the way, name. Obviously, forgot that name. PID. So those are the values, and then we'll just iterate over them the same that we did here, and do something like this, and just say div vals at I, and do that, and say n divs in here, and this should work nicely. Yeah. Yo, let's. Oopsies, that wasn't good. Don't know why that happened. Maybe because we resized and then there was some kind of thread miss, or I don't know. That's actually very cool. And we should sort them by CPU% probably. So let's do that with usort, I guess. That's actually very nice. Okay, we don't want them bleeding. That's pretty bad. So okay, we need some kind of culling thing for the text where they don't bleed. So how would we achieve that? Yeah, let's just have a paint text, and let's have another one, paint text called x for now, and then after here let's say float x. But for that we also need a paint glyph called x and shit. So let's say paint glyph called x float x, and paint. We will just say if test x is greater than or equal to, by the way, yeah, let's just copy the entire function. So paint glyph called x, and then float x, and then here we say if test x is greater than or equal to x, we just break, or we just return completely. Okay, so that's paint glyph called and paint text called. Say paint text called x, and here float x. We'll say something like if text x is greater than or equal to x break, and also use paint glyph called x. In here it will say something like x, and then in here we can say paint text called x, and cal will just be box x plus box width divided by n divs. Yeah, this correctly calls, and we don't have any overlap, and that's actually very nice, right? And what this is, where's our thing? Way task. Okay, it doesn't take up a lot of CPU, right? That's very nice. 1%. But ConfWatch is fucking getting on my nerves, bro. ConfWatch is insane. And OBS also at 100%. Yeah, that's actually really sick. Yeah, looking nice. We'll have to implement scrolling somehow. Okay. Okay. Now let's just sort, right? So, update task or tasks update. Let's do sort. Now the question is, sort, integer array, q sort, sort array. Example. Okay, this is just, that's very bad. Here, q sort. Okay, nice. So q sort, and we get an array base, and this can be whatever. So let's just say tasks.data. And member is tasks.count. Size. Yes, size of tasks.data at 0. Compare, and then we will have to write a compare function. So load, const y pointer a, const y pointer b, and then we will return this load a minus this load dereferencing and passing to a float pointer. And yeah, and then we'll just use compfloat, incompatible thing. And this needs to return an int, okay. But thing is like this kind of needs to be a, I don't know if it needs to be an int, right? But yeah, it does not need to be an int. Okay, so first let's dereference task info d add this, and then let's say CPU usage, and then let's turn the entire thing into an int minus this b, the CPU usage. Yeah, should work, right? Okay, so this is now sorting the wrong way around. So let's say b minus a. Nice. Okay, that's very cool, right? That's actually very cool. Yeah, system D at 100%. Okay, I don't know why that is. Maybe that's normal. I don't know. The ID of system D is 803. Well, that can't be the case. Ooh, that's a problem. Okay, so let's check. So PID is equal to that. And this. Maybe we should. Okay, PID is at I. Maybe we should correctly get it not here, but basically here. I think that makes way more sense. Not PID is at I, but task.data.pid. And then we say that and that and that. This should work better, right? Okay, now ConfWatch is correctly that, and OBS is correctly that. Makes more sense, right? Yeah, very nice. Already a fucking real task manager, I guess. It's actually very cool. And then all processes, when we tick that, yeah, then we will see all of them. That's kind of a problem that sometimes they just disappear. Oh, I think resizing while I think that's not a good thing. Maybe because we just lock the mutex. We don't lock the mutex when rendering. Can actually be the case. So all processes, and then processes s.task.count, but we don't lock. So we need to lock obviously and unlock again like that. And all processes. Okay, that's good. S.task. Where do we use this? So here we want to lock, and we want to unlock in here again. Right, so unlock, and this should make it way more safe, I hope. Resizing works normally and fine, and everything just worked, right? Everything worked. Okay, that's nice, but we kind of need to say something like paint text called y as well, and for that we kind of need let's just have some kind of type def struct cal-t, and then float left, right, top, bottom, and then let's say paint cliff cult, and then instead of cal-x we just say cal-t cal, and paint text cult is going to be cal-t cal, not ul actually, not unsigned long cal. And in paint there's no error actually because we renamed the function. So paint text cult and yeah, okay, so cal-t cal, and then cal dot right, and then left x is smaller than or equal to cal dot left, and then if cal dot right does not equal to -1, we will just use that value. Someone wants to call it -1, we just don't. You have to call it -1.0001 f top bottom, and we will need to have this here, and then we will oh yeah, let's just have this here. So that's y, and this is is cal.top and this is cal.bottom. Yeah. Okay. And in way task, let's have a cal, and then can we just do this equal to -1, and then cal.right is equal to that, and then cal like that. In paint text out, and this will take in a cal and cal. Oh yeah, then we will need something like cal dot let me think. Yeah, I think we only need right and maybe left. Text dot left and cal dot right not equal -1 and cal dot left not equal -1. Okay. And then cal, and we should be good to go. And this just is an abomination. Okay, so let's see. Does something of this just break maybe? Nope. No, it's the div. See the div. So actually only right is not equal to -1. So when we remove this should work, right? It doesn't. So if we remove all of them, it works. So my thing I take from that is that cal.left is equal to -1. Yeah, so they are not equal to -1. That's what I take from that. So let's see if that maybe does a thing. Yes. Okay, that's a bummer. I thought you can do this like that. This would be way better. Okay, so -1, and then box height plus box width divided by n divs. Top is -1 and bottom is -1. This is that. And this should still cal, yes. But then we also say bottom. So bottom. The bottom cal will actually be box cos y plus box height, right? What if we just say 200? Okay, so it doesn't really care at all. Paint div code. So destination y when it's less than or equal to cal.top. Ah, bruh. Bottom. Why is this? Still doesn't work. When cal.bottom and this is greater than or equal to 200, let's say. Yeah, doesn't work, right? Does not work. So I just noticed that my entire like half of the video I was making is just muted because I accidentally muted my fucking microphone. Yeah, let's quickly set my output rate of the monitor. Okay, I'm very sorry for that, but we implemented pointer motion and a scroll bar and things like that. So here's the scroll bar. I hope you can see it. By the way, border. Let's not have a border for the scroll bar because only weird guys do that. Let's just have a normal rect. Yeah, looks way better, right? Okay, so I'm very sorry for that. I really am. But yeah, we kind of have to get going. So what I was thinking is in our event, look, like to get you right back into in our event. Where is it, bro? I'm failing at that, I guess. Motion, mouse X. Yeah, that's already good. Pointer motion. Yeah. So when we want pointer motion events, we kind of want to repaint to easily just have an immediate mode UI setup type thing where we can just easily inside our paint method handle input concurrently. But I don't want to repaint just because we moved the mouse. So I'm thinking the easiest way to do that is just to have some kind of needs input thing. So in our types needs, where is that? Here. Needs input. So s.win.needs input is equal to true, and needs input is equal to true. And then in our loop, or s.win needs input, and then win redraw. Yeah, and then okay. If not that, like the thing is, we can. Yeah, I think it's. Let's just use needs redraw, right? It's kind of a pain, but we can make it work. I know how. Trust me, guys. We just not do needs redraw each frame, but we have a thing called bool, or let's say something like wait, I need to show how I did it in my UI framework. Yeah. Okay, let's have something like double scroll bar drag start X and scroll bar drag start Y. And only when we pressed are we setting this, and then, you know, so let's say something like, where is our thing? Yeah, and then for even cleaner code, you can say something like dragging scroll bar, and yeah, and then also we need to have something like a scroll bar offset. Yep, and that's that. Yes, this makes sense. So in our state, can we say something like s is equal to 0? Is that possible? No. But in here maybe equal to 0. Yes. Okay. I hope this maybe like that. Doesn't I think this 0 initializes, right? I hope. Because it's scroll bar offset, and yeah, and then in here we just say if s dot input dot dragging scroll bar, and pointer button always does that, and then we redraw on button, and then in paint we are doing a cool thing, which is just let's have some function called if pointer in region or something, or point in region. By the way, we need this to be up here. Let's just do that quickly. Pointer motion, pointer button, pointer leave, all of them. So like this needs to be up here for extra insurance, and also just in general consistency of code. If you have some kind of design pattern, you should basically apply it to everything, even if it's not needed, I think. Yeah, and also you might argue that our design pattern, yeah, is like to do this, because I think it is, but I don't know anymore. I switch design patterns every Thursday. So like that, and then oh my god, then we have to switch design pattern like this. Yep. Okay, and then let's go into paint. Oh no bro, I wanted to make a function static bool pointer in area, then float x, float y, float width, float height, just like that, and then bool pointer in area, then return s.input.mouse x is less than or greater than or equal to x, first of all, right? And s.input.mouse y, x is less than or equal to x plus width, and mouse y is greater than or equal to y, and this should work, right? Okay, and then in paint, let's see. Okay, so scroll bar width and scroll bar height. So let's see if pointer in area, and by the way, mouse x and mouse y are not really, can we get them from the button event? I don't think so. I need to look that up. Okay, bro, I'm sorry. We are already setting it every time we are moving, not only when we are already dragging. So that's great. Yeah, so let's say s.input. Wait, did we? Yes, that's correct. Okay, so let's say x is just box post.x plus box width. So I think this is really bad. So let's have something on float. Scroll bar x is equal to like this. And let's also make that constant at that point. Scroll bar y is equal to that. This scroll bar width. Okay, so let's say something like scroll bar x, scroll bar y, scroll bar width, and scroll bar height, and pointer in area, scroll bar x, scroll bar y, scroll bar width, scroll bar height. So if that is the case, then we want to say s.input.dragging scroll bar is equal to true, and or let's say s is equal to s.input. Yeah, if s.input pressed left mouse, then s.input.dragging scroll bar is equal to false. Else if s.input.released left mouse, s.dragging scroll bar is equal to false, and this is true. So what the heck? Add explicit braces to avoid dangling else. Okay. Because of this, right? Okay, nice. So there's that. Let's just. Okay, so nothing is segfaulting, and then let's say printf holding scroll bar. Nice. Okay, so apparently, wait, release scroll bar, and not s.input dragging scroll bar, and not s just for the printing. See, oopsies, that's a problem. Yes, I know. Okay, so dragging scroll, holding scroll bar, releasing scroll bar, holding scroll bar, releasing scroll bar. Okay, so holding scroll bar. But So if point in area, the thing is, let's just say else that and only then that and this and this and something along those. Okay, here. So basically, is equal to s.input.dragging scrollbar, right? S.input.dragging scrollbar is equal to s.input.pressed left mouse, right? Like this, and so rule on scrollbar is equal to that, and then we say add end on scrollbar, just like that. So when press left mouse is false, and then by the way, let's say s.input.pressed left mouse equals false, and released left mouse is equal to false. Yep. So let's say if s.input.dragging scrollbar dragon. Okay, like that. Okay. Now the thing is, I kind of noticed that the area is a little bit wrong. We can fix this by just saying scrollbar height is equal to that, and then we say -10. Scrollbar height is equal to, so let's say const float scrollbar heading is equal to 5, and then minus scrollbar heading times 2, and scrollbar padding and scrollbar padding, like that. And then what else? Okay, so now this should be fixed. Yep. Okay, now the actual dragging of the scrollbar. Let's see. In my UI engine. Okay, so wait, here. Mouse move event. Total scrollable area is equal to that, and then we say delta mouse is equal to. Okay, so basically yeah. Okay. So if s.input.dragging scrollbar float delta mouse is equal to s.input.mouse y minus s.input.scrollbar drag start y, and by the way, s dot and not like if s.input.dragging scrollbar, then we just say, but the thing is, yeah, this should be correct. Then we say s.input.scrollbar drag y is equal to s.input.mouse y, and then we have the delta, and to get the scroll ratio, we just do basically the same thing. So guess the scroll ratio is equal to just box height divided by tasks height, and then scroll offset y. Yeah, so this is basically s.input. Where did we store that? In s.state. Scrollbar offset is equal to okay, so is scroll offset start. What is scroll offset start? Check. Okay, it's just a scroll offset in here. So let's say we need some kind of scroll offset start. Scroll offset start. By the way, we also don't really need this. So scrollbar offset is scrollbar offset start. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I can't really live with that. So let's say scroll bar offset. Scroll bar offset start is equal to scrollbar offset, right? By the way, here. And then in here, we say s.scroll offset is equal to s.scrollbar offset start minus delta mouse times scroll ratio, right? That's the offset. And then we can print the offset. s.scrollbar offset. Okay, so offset 0. Okay, let me check again. If we even in pointer motion, yeah, I mean redrawing. Maybe pointer motion events are not accepted while I press my button. That would be amazingly bad. Oh, can this be the case? What if let's say redrawing, or more precisely, let's just say %f s.input.mouse x s.input.mouse y. Okay, so those are the coordinates, and when it still works. So it's the problem with the variable. Wait, so dragging scroll bar is equal to, okay, that's obviously bad. So if s.input.pressed left mouse, then it's equal to on scroll bar, or basically that. So I think this was a pretty dumb decision to do this like that. So that, bro, why? So like this, and like this, and like that. Why is there a fucking semicolon? Okay, so this is pressed left mouse, and then if s.input.released left mouse, s.input.dragging scroll bar is equal to false. And this should now correctly work. And let's say %f, where is that? That's not %f, right? Okay, okay, and it correctly gets the offset, but it doesn't correctly get the offset. What is delta mouse? Okay, that's kind of not. Oh, this is so dumb. We obviously need this here. That and like that, and we get some kind of offset, right? It's equal to false. And also, yeah, also if none of that is true, so if not s.input.mousex, let's say something like s.input.mousex is equal to -1, just to indicate further calls of this method that they have been done completely by the drawing system, for example. So we can now say if this is not equal to is equal to -1, and so let's say bool non-input related draw is equal to this, and s.input.mouse y equal that, yeah, and then we can basically say if dragging scroll bar and non-input related draw, we can basically question again if we are even dragging the scroll bar. Yeah, still, yeah. Let me check. Or yeah, I like how sometimes the scroll bar just doesn't show up. I think this is pretty unnecessary, because we kind of want to keep dragging anyways. I don't really know. Maybe because of the lock being weird. I don't know. Do we use tasks before the lock? No. Maybe we need to lock per loop, but I don't know. So let's say that. And do we use tasks in here? Not really. I don't know if counting. Yeah, this probably doesn't count. Using a variable. So maybe like this. Maybe then the scroll bar will not disappear all the time. Okay, this is already very cool. But now we need to say something like scroll bar x equal to that plus s.scrollbar offset on the y, obviously. Why did this just segfault? Okay, so minus. Okay, this is right, bro. Why is what the fuck, man? Let's make this more safe. I'm currently not in the mood to fix this fucking retard issue. So that's why I just slapped it to ChatGPT and said, make this function safe. And let's see if he did a good job. Like that. I'm almost certain that it was still segfault, but let's see. Okay, bro did a good job. Yeah, that's cool and shit. The thing is, it's really bad because it's not syncing with the mouse. And also, like we only want scroll bar height. Scroll bar height. Where is scroll bar height? Didn't I call it? Bro, I literally searched for that. Scroll bar height. We only want that to really change. Like we would kind of need to store that or something, right? So let's say something like scroll bar height cached, or like pref scroll bar height and then we say is equal to pref s.pref scroll bar height. Yeah, then oh no, I think it's gone. This is gone. Let's add this here and do something like that, and then say is equal to s.pref scroll bar height, and then we can, this is now that, perfect. So pref scroll bar height and pref scroll bar height, and then we only change scroll bar height if it was a, so if mouse x equal 0 and mouse y equal -1, by the way, and this is s.input and this is s.input. Bro, the usual misclick on the caps lock. Now this thing, I don't know how to, I have to press undo like 7 million times and then it fixes itself. It's like so weird. So if this is both true, this means this is a draw. So then we can say s.pref scroll bar height is equal to this, and then we can say something like s.input mouse x is equal to -1 and s.input. Bro, I can't talk anymore, man. I'm going fucking insane. This is like fucking hour 8 or something. Init windowing. Let's just slap that here at this point. Bro, we're already over 1000 lines of code in, and it still does that. Okay, so input.mouse x and input.mouse y is equal to -1. Only then we want that. But also, bro, it's for the x. It's not even for the height. Okay, so let's pretend. Let's do something like this, and let's pretend. By pretending that pref scroll bar height is actually pref scroll bar x. Oh, I'm sorry, that's dumb. That's not what I wanted. It's actually I'm delusional. This doesn't even make sense, right? Because if we only update scroll bar y when we are not moving the mouse, then we will not update. And what was I thinking? At this point, I don't even give a shit about anything, so might as well just don't care about this time spent. So let's revert all of that. Now I don't really get why this is bugging out like that, like for real. Isn't scroll bar offset, I mean scroll bar offset, we don't really reset it anywhere, right? No. So then why does this change when we just do that? I don't really know how it's possible that the y is changing. Do we add anything? It's just scroll bar y. So s.scroll bar offset, apparently pressed left mouse, then we can say something like s.input.press left mouse equals and that, and don't have to do this. And this is like the only possible thing that I can imagine. That like so weird. What if we just say 0 to that? Maybe the function of ChatGPT made the thing retarded. I can't really see. Let's say 50. Okay, this just stays at 50 like that, so that's cool. Can you come back? Yeah. So this stays at 50, but s.scroll bar offset doesn't. Now my question is why? Maybe like I have no idea. I have to be honest. How does this happen? Like it's what? Okay, so okay, so task's height is in the calculation. That's our imposter. So what if we just remove him and just say box height divided by box height? It's like that. So I think that does technically. If we would say something like box y plus scroll bar heading minus plus, I don't know, probably minus, seems to work nicely and even nicer. So that's actually the great thing, right? So that was a real big pain in the ass to think. Why even? I don't even know. Okay, and scroll bar offset is equal to f max f, f min f actually, that, and scroll bar y plus. So the offset is always this thing. So let me think. It's just scroll bar y. Yeah, scroll bar y. Like no, actually that's not the case. The actual case is that it is box height. Now let me cook minus scroll bar heading minus scroll bar height. Now let's see. Let that work perfectly. That worked like so well. I'm very proud of myself. F min f takes the smallest. So let's say wait. Oh minus that, because actually scroll offset is always a minus, and then this plus Yeah. And then f max f. Yeah. What if we say 200 just to be a checky mecky and check out if it works? No. Oh yes, it does. That's actually great. So it's actually in relative. So we should say something like minus box height, minus scroll bar height. Yeah. And this will inevitably work, actually, my friendies and friendos. And I said so, right? So scroll bar padding and a little bit of that on top, and I think times 2. Right, guys. Nice. And also f min f 0. Right, guys. Always have to min f your max things. And now we can scroll, but we cannot scroll. So to really scroll, let's go ahead and add our offset to our where is our, okay, that's here actually. Okay, so we need to have that kind of be, so I mean this part of the code, this kind of needs, oh yeah, this kind of needs to be here. Yep. And where's our col? It's here. Box height, and this is top, right? So top is just going to be box post.y plus some kind of heading, which I think is, let's just say 10. Okay, make it just box post y. Yeah, I think box post y. Where's box post y even? Let's say -1, because this is, I think, the problem. Oh, okay. But shouldn't like box post y? What is box y? Box y, and box y is equal to box height. Okay. So where's that? So what if we just say something like 50? That always, yeah, I think it will. I think it will. So the first one is always called for some reason, or yeah, that's actually a little bit weird. Okay, so top smaller than or equal to make, okay, and then we can say something like box plus y plus 10, right, gamers? Okay. Looking nice. Okay, now the thing is, we will need some kind of yeah, just some kind of offset in the y coordinate of that, I guess. So let's say, okay, so box y, but we want to draw at box y minus scroll s.scroll offset, scroll bar offset, and we want to draw at but why are we even, how are we drawing at box y like that? Okay, because okay, so let's say minus scroll bar offset plus scroll bar offset. That's actually very cool, but at the same time it's very weird and bugged out and fucking asshole like. So let's see about that. Why doesn't that work? First of all, the culling is super weird in general. Like, I think like the problem is scroll offset always needs to be, yeah, scroll offset needs to be kept every frame, not only while dragging the scroll bar. So let's cap that. Yeah, like that, and then let's just say scroll bar offset. So let's cap that the entire time. Oh, okay. Wait. So this, for example, why isn't it correctly capped? Why isn't it kept correctly? What if we say something like scroll bar offset is always equal to that, and then we try and cap it, and then try and see if it caps while dragging to see if our thing works actually, our capping thing, and it seems to, but still kind of doesn't. Because what is this, for example? So I think in this scenario, yeah, I think it's all kind of good and shit, and everything works perfectly, except a few things, right? Like what I really don't know is how it's able to. Wait. So the thing is, if we're scrolled down and the content changes, we kind of need to calculate from that scroll down perspective, right? But let's first fix the thing that we don't even call texts. So let's just do that, I guess. Yep. Okay, can we maybe just instead of saying this, just say something like 10, and instead of using task, we just say something like hello, and remove all of this and just draw it like this. And also do the same for here. That's 10. I don't really know why this doesn't draw. It's here. So let's say box y plus equal s dot bold font dot size plus 10, and box x is equal to heading horizontal. Okay, so hello. So the first thing not working, as we can see, is the correct calculation of le. Okay, this works, but this doesn't font. Okay, it's 10, and we do s.bold font dot size plus 10, but we use default font actually. That doesn't really matter, I guess. So let's say default font. Bruh, default font seems to only work since the that's very weird. I think we need to start with bold fonts dot size. That could actually be the case. Yeah, plus 10. Okay, so this seems to work. But this kind of is actually very weird because we are actually returning. We kind of just need to continue. Yes, that's better. Now, what if we just say tasks s.tasks dot count and s.tasks dot count as well in here somewhere. s.tasks dot count. Okay, so that's actually a pretty cool test to see if we can actually render every task, and it seems like we can. Yeah, but we can't scroll this segfaults. Like this is very cool and shit, but okay, so what definitely I think should be the case is that scroll offset. Okay, is that, but scroll bar height should be, we kind of need to have scroll offset in scroll bar height, I guess, don't we? We kind of don't. Or should we do something like tasks height plus scroll bar height? So basically minus, and not scroll bar height, bro. S.scroll offset. Okay, so it doesn't break this. So now the problem is that we fucking removed all of our code. That's always a good thing. So let's kind of keep in mind what we did. We did kind of add this. And did we do anything else? Kind of, right? Did we? I'm thinking if we did. Yeah, we kind of added, we kind of added this. Okay, so let's revert everything like that. Okay, that's all correct. Now, what we did was say s.bold font dot size plus 10, and then s.regular font, default font, and then default font. Let's say if I equals 0, else then bold. Yep. And then in here, let's add plus s.scrollbar offset. Let's see how we do. Do we correctly? Let's use sleep for fucking 5, right? Okay, so this correctly works. Now we scroll down, and like the scrolling thing is wrong. I don't really know why that is wrong. Why can we scroll down further? Then it's definitely not a good thing. But I mean, maybe it's something with the clamping that's wrong. So let's wait and wait and wait and wait. That has been more than 5 seconds, definitely. Okay, so it's kind of weirdly always like the bar should be way smaller, right? The bar should be way smaller. We should always, bruh, this is really bad. Maybe it's because of the plus scroll offset thing. Scroll bar height. If we remove this, nope, that wasn't the issue. So it's actually maybe times block height, tasks height is equal to that, and then we say that, and we draw the same amount of tasks. Okay. I mean, maybe just set that to 0, I guess. Yep, or not. This is correct now, but now this isn't. So why? Is it just, let's try and wait at the bottom. Let's like wait. Like in this scenario, we should also be clamping up to here. So there's something with the bro, but because we return, bro, this is the most confusing thing ever. Like no joke. Okay, so thank you. Okay, so very weird. Oh wait, do we not add scroll offset to the cull of the bottom? We don't. Perfect. That's actually great. Thank you. So let's see. Minus s.scroll bar offset. By the way, I said thank you to the guy that told me that. It's more like a voice. Yeah. Plus box height minus s.scroll bar offset, right? Below. Yep. Oh, like what the let us wait for the processes. Okay, so clear. Always nice. Yeah, so nice and cool and shit like that. Okay. I think I'm a little bit tired. That could be the case. Yeah, could definitely be a case. Okay, now we get this weird thing again, even though I don't think I changed anything specifically about this issue. So that should mean I think I have to like make a small break because I cannot anymore. Alright, so I'm back. It's a little bit later, but I basically added those 2 lines to just make it so that and also this to just make it so that the content size is always calculated into the offset, and also the offset is used in the p variable, which is then used in here p times range. And yeah, those are basically the changes, and this led to a system where the scrolling works perfectly fine, and also it adjusts correctly when content changes. Okay, so let's quickly do this again and this, and let's get this thing ready and hopefully done, right? Okay, so like that. Okay, so let's now say something like where's the all processes, like here, I think this, yeah, exactly this thing. Let's say if s.input.pressed or released left mouse and point in area, and then point in area x is going to be box x, box y 2020. Then we will say something like bool show all processes, show all tasks, all processes. So let's go into here and say something like and then point on area. Then we say s.show all tasks is equal to not s.show all tasks. And then let's also say something like in here if s.show all tasks, and let's have some kind of don't we have like bg other secondary, and this is going to be 15, let's say box plus something like 2 plus 2, and then 16 and 16. See, looking nice, but the thing is we want that to not have a border with. So let's say p in here, that, and also let's remove the 5, let's say 1, and yeah, perfect. And then okay, wait, why is it okay? That's a little bit weird. Let's see, all processes. If when we say s.input release left mouse equals false, and also I think this needs to be 18 and 18, right? I don't really know. Because release left mouse doesn't call yeah, but it does. Okay. Okay. So the issue was, I think that we are not setting, we are showing the rect before setting. So let's see if that might fix the issue. Yeah. Okay. And primary or secondary. Why is it so thick? What about this? Okay. Does it need to be something like 17 or what? Weird. Yeah, seems to. Bruh. Let's say press left mouse equals. Yeah, okay. So now that works. And then let's say, so the thing is, I tried removing this and it just fucking segfaulted. So like, what the fuck? Oh, it doesn't segfault anymore. That's good. Then let's say, if s.show all tasks, if not, and then also that here. Okay, and then all processes, and that's great, right? And the scroll bar also correctly updates. That's perfect, right? Okay, so next thing, searching, right? That's going to be a fucking pain in the ass. So let's first have something like when we click it, then there's something like on input field, and yeah, I think that's going to be pretty cool. Okay, so let's say on search, let's put that here, and then we're going to search here. So basically, if s.input.pressed left mouse and then point in area, box x, box y, search with s.bullet1.size. So then we will say s.input.pressed left mouse equals false, and s.onSearch is equal to true, and s.onSearch is equal to false if basically if that, else if that had not point in area, then we don't want to be on search. And then we can say if s.onSearch, let's just instead of so else search text, and in here we just say something like paint rect but without border, like that, and let's paint a 0x0 rect, and this is just 1, and yep, let's try that. Okay, nice, but it has to be for example the Box X needs to be +5, and this also needs to be like +2 or something, and then -4. No, it's -4 in here, and waste. I think I didn't really pile. Yeah, nice. And by the way, one thing. First, let's with the search. Let's say search ... I guess, and also maybe I think this will be looking better. Yes, and let's say when we have scrolling, because now when we scroll, pointer is null, and I think there's like an access event, and let's see, this has some kind of thing, and access event, access type, value, length of vector, and surface local coordinate. Okay, so where is this? Okay, so let's say something like void WL access, pointer access, right? So that on pointer access, we want to kind of print the value, I guess. So printf, then there's this WL fixed to double value. Hello? Okay, so what did I do? I paused the video because someone called me. In the meantime, while I was calling with the person, I implemented scrolling with the scroll bar. You see, scroll bar scrolling. Very easy. I just implemented the axis thing, and also axis source, axis stop, axis discrete. We don't need all of them. Add axis, and I just figured it out myself. I think did I already say that? I don't know. And then I just do this basically, right? So very self-explanatory. And yep, this gives us that. And now for this, we will have to basically add the keyboard to our seat. And for that, I have this pulled up, how that works. So let's go into capabilities. Where is that? Here. So then we basically ask, that's not what I want to do. We ask for a keyboard, right? So keyboard, and then we will need a keyboard. And the thing is, there is like libxkb common, which is a library for correctly handling event codes. But I don't really give a shit, and I don't want to use that because bloat. And that's why I pulled up input event codes.h. And what I found is that they define those event codes, and yeah, and I can kind of use them. So that's a cool thing, and it's basically just from Linux. So Linux/input event codes.h. So let's add keyboard and get a keyboard from the seat, and we want to add to the keyboard a keyboard listener, and this is a keyboard listener, just like that. And then we'll need a few functions. So there is a keymap event, but we don't really care. So, but I think we need to implement all of them because I think Wayland doesn't like when you don't implement them. I think we will just very easily just do keyboard key, I guess, right? Yeah. So let's see. Keymap. What isn't there? Is there no? Oh, right. Just didn't see it. Okay, so let's implement keymap. So void WL keyboard keymap, just like that. Is not implemented, not needed. That, I guess. So keyboard keymap. Then the next is enter. This is actually a bummer that we have to, maybe like, let's do this like that. Let's just copy all the comments. I don't really care. But we don't want them, so remove them to not bump up the lines of code too much. But I think this won't bump up because it's actually a comment, and I think clock will actually notice because I will later clock that thing and see if we are above 1000, which I hope we are not, but realistically we are, because saying like I coded a whole like task manager using only libwayland-client in under 1000 lines of code is like insane, right? And it's even a real functioning task manager that's actually not looking like ass and not bugged out like shit. Yeah, segfault here and there is not a problem. Key is actually needed, just like that, and then we can what do you mean, bruh? Keyboard, okay, and where's our keyboard listener? Here. Dot enter is equal to keyboard to enter. Dot, what is even enter? Notification that this seat keyboard's focus is on a certain surface. Okay. So enter key map key, keyboard key, key enter key map leave is equal to double keyboard leave dot modifiers is equal to double keyboard modifiers and dot repeat info is equal to double keyboard repeat info. Nice. Isn't there this version thing? No? What we okay, it's only for the seed. Okay. Okay, now let's in types.h, let's just yank all of the keys that we need. So let's just yank them. I'm thinking, yeah, I think it's like okay to do this. Input event codes, right? So like that. Okay, I just I'm gonna be honest. I just okay. So what I did is ask ChatGPT to generate a key map with every key from Linux input event codes bind to a character in ASCII, and he did great works. That's a perfect reason to use that guy. Okay, so where's that? So here, simple key map, and let's say key map, and let's put that into state like that, and then yeah, I think maybe we should well, yeah, I don't really know. Okay, so let's have something like, where's our functions here? Let's say init key map. This just takes in the state like that, and then we'll copy the thing that bro gave us like that. It's actually perfect. And simple key map we will rename to a state simple key map. I'm sorry, bro. Simple key map state key map -g. No member called bruh. Okay, state t init key map state t unknown type state t bro. Okay, here sorry, here is init key map, and then in here we will say init key map. Is it a bool? Yeah, let's just return true, right? And then just in case return 1, and that's our key map. And then we can just map the keyboard key, because keyboard key is just the same as so the same key event as in, like, the same key code as in Linux slash, you know, Linux slash input codes or whatever. Keyboard key state pressed, actually. And then we can check yes, it's a uint32t, so let's say it's less than that, and we have s.keymap at key. Then we can say something like char C is equal to key map or state or s key map at e, then printf send c. Let's see. WL keyboard leave is undefined. Oh, not needed. Okay, that's actually perfect. Oh, that works. Nice. First try. Oh my god, already 900. Oh my god, it's not below 1000. Okay, and then we will have some simple thing, like, for example, by the way, does repeating work? No. Okay, whatever. By the way, and what happens when I do this? Nothing. Pressed key. So I just pressed backspace, by the way. Okay, backspace does nothing. That's bad. Maybe because we don't have backspace in our key map. Yes. Didn't ChatGPT add init key map? Didn't he actually add backspace? No. Yeah, here. 8. Nice. So we just earned the capability to actually delete text. And enter. Enter also perfect. Nice. So let's format that correctly. And then let's, in our input state, let's have a char current key or current char. And then we just say something like init windowing or init window. Where did we set those variables? Let's say something like input.current char is equal to 0, and then and then we kind of also need a char search buffer. Let's say 256 or hash define max search len 256, and then let's say something like max search len, and at the same here we say s.searchbuff memset s.searchbuff 0 size of s.searchbuff, and yep, and then we can just say in our drawing method, if on search we can say if current if s.input.current char not equals 0, s.input.current_char is equal to 0, and WL keyboard. We also need s.win.needs reader is equal to true, and we need to say s.current_char is equal to C and input. Yeah. Okay, so current char, then this is always equal to 0 again, and then we can just say something like, is there like a method to append a char into a string, or can I just say something like s.searchbuff at s.search at sterlen s.searchbuff is equal to C, or s.input.current_char, and yep, like that, s.input.current_char is 0, and then we say if sterlen of s.searchbuff is less than max searchline minus 1, right? Only then we want to do that, and yeah, let's say something like utility index is equal to max, or is equal to can we like max things? Max canon. Do I have to write my own max or what? Why is there only fmax f? It's going to runara and steal the fmax f, but without the f, just like that, and then say max. That's min as usual, and then add index is equal to that. Yep. Yeah. Then we can say something like printf %s s.searchbuff. Okay. Only if on search. That's actually a good thing. There's this, and the search buffer is correctly added. Now what we need is actually that, and then if so float text offset is equal to 0, and then if s.searchbuff sterlen so searchbuff is greater than 0, then we say text offset is equal to paint text cult, but let's not worry about that. Okay, so pixels text is s.searchbuff s.default font x is box x plus 5, box y plus 2, or let's say box y. Color is 0x0, pixel width, pixel height, and s.default font, and plus text offset plus 1. But let's say text offset to 5, and this is equals plus 1, right? Okay, so there's something off. I think we kind of have to say plus 6. Can this be the case? Yeah. Okay, so we say plus text offset plus 1, and let's say plus text offset, and say something like const float cursor offset equal to 1, cursor offset. Bro, I always like how I get std simple cursor binding event handler, like some random ass thing, bro. Cannot assign variable text. Bruh. And then let's have something like const float text padding is equal to 2, or like cursor padding, so cursor padding. Hello, bro, didn't I just say cursor padding? And then minus cursor padding times 2, and this is great now. Okay, and then we will have to kind of advance the text by the offset, right? So let me check. So this will basically just be pushed to the left by the amount that it is getting. So we basically push to the left by text offset. So we need to get that. Like this. So text offset is equal to text offset equal to measure text. I mean s.searchbuff with s.default font, and paint text is going to just say const float offset is equal to text offset plus text offset minus so text size basically minus the search size. So search width, yeah, that's basically the offset, and then we'll say plus not text offset, but yeah, I mean, okay, text offset, but this was going to be something like float text size is equal to that, and then text size, and then text offset is equal to fmax f text size and search with something like that. Minus text offset minus like cursor offset or something. Let's just do that. Expression result unused. Okay. Plus offset. So it's f min f obviously. And yeah, and this only should take effect when offset is equal to 0, and then let's say if text size is greater than search width, then should only take effect. Yep. But let's say plus text offset and then plus that. Okay, and then we say minus offset. Yep, perfect. But let's say search width, yes. We kind of want it to, you know, let's say float search window is equal to search width minus text offset, and then search window. Right, so we're cool like that and calling it window. Yes, this looks better, but also not, because now this doesn't need to be that anymore. Oops, that's obviously dumb. I mean, this kind of doesn't need to be that anymore, I guess, right? Okay. So I'm just wondering, like, wait, so now I got it. I promise this will be the one. Let's say offset, like this is true, but also then, let's say, float, like a cursor back is equal to 0, and then cursor back is equal to 5, and then cursor back, and this is not 5, but text offset. Yep. Okay, and then also plus, where's like cursor? Cursor offset? Bruh. Okay, now it works. I think. Wait, so let's say plus cursor offset. Okay, and let's say cursor offset 1. And also finally, let's say paint text cult. Then have a culty cul is equal to culty dot left is equal to box x plus text offset. Yeah, it's text offset, but this is like the wrong text offset. So let's say const float text padding to 5, and this equal to text padding, and says text padding. This is the left cul, and more, we really don't need more cul. So let's say, okay, this is left, from left, -1, -1, -1, and then add our cul and see if it culls. And it seems like it's culling. Bruh, because that's obviously a bummer. This should cull in here. Culled and cull, and this is just unculled like that. And culled should in fact correctly cull, right? Yeah, it culls everything. So let's see, left. We just continue, just return, man. Okay, we also do that in here. It's also not that great. Still nothing. Here we can kind of remove this. There we have it, right? Okay, so this is searching, and then only, let's say, only if s.searchbuff at index is isn't there is ASCII? Is ASCII from C-type, bro. Such an idiot. Well, if is ASCII, only then we want it to add it to our search buffer. Now the question is, will it also work with like random things like this? But shift modifiers. Okay. I think is alphanumeric, or what is a function in C that gives me if a char is something that's a sign or character or number, no random as control code. Got it. You want a standard C function to check. Example is digit, is punctuation, letter, control char, is print. It's a normal character. Yes. Apparently it's a very bad thing. Maybe is print. Let's check that out. Is print. Is print checks if the can be printed. Either it's a number, an uppercase letter, a lowercase letter, a punctuation letter, or any special character classified as printable. Okay. So then why doesn't it work? If is printable s.input.current char. Always blaming the others while not even checking for your own mistakes. Okay. Yeah, but shifting doesn't work. That's obvious. Let's say on search, can only be false and sterlen of s.searchbuff not equal less than not equal not greater than, basically not. Okay, Okay. Then we say on search is equal to false. Yes, but we just okay. So let's say this, and then on search. If on search, we just say this. Redefinition of text padding. Where did I define it? Text padding. Text padding is 10. Okay. And I say text padding is equal to 5, and do this like that. And else if sterlen of s dot search buff like that. Now that's cool, right? Okay, now actually, okay, now one thing we just need those else if s dot input dot current char equal 8. Then we want to say s dot search buff at sterlen of s dot search buff minus 1 is equal to 0 backslash 0, right? Okay, that's cool. Now the thing with searching. I'm wondering if searching should be, yeah, probably like you type in something and it immediately searches without you pressing enter, and then the display changes from displaying those things, those tasks, to displaying some other list. Yeah, let me quickly implement that. I think it will be very easy because it's very simple, I think. Okay, so that's a function filter tasks. It's really simple. It just uses stir to check if the task contains the filter, and then it mallocs a new task list and just copies the results. Right. Okay, so my thing is, what I'm thinking is to have a other list, task list t search. Wait. Do we just want to say something like okay, say something. I think that will be better. Where do we display the tasks? Where's s.tasks.count? In here and in here. s.tasks. But let's say something like task list t display list. And if is equal to s.tasks, and if s.search buff, if s.search buff, we say display list is equal to filter tasks, s.tasks, s.search buff. And then we can just say display list, and display list data at I. Did we do that correctly here? Yes. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let me fix that. But what the fuck? Okay, so after unlocking the mutex, that's if sterlen of s.search buff free display list. Display list. Okay. Now for some reason paint.h. Why is it? Maybe I just removed it for some reason. I don't know. Okay, so like that. Okay, we see the processes and I can search. That's so awesome, don't you think? Okay, I love that. Such actually an awesome app, don't you think? That's so cool. Now I think we will need a lot of more stats, like for example RAM usage and also killing tasks. Remove press D and R. Where do I even print FR? I mean like that. The thing is, let us if there are no processes, if display this dot count, if not display this dot count, let's do something like paint text at with s dot bold font, but like something like 0x55500 555 or 555 that like that, and without the cull, and tasks are loading. Okay, and then let's say load character text is equal to the text let's say text, and that's the bold font, and box X and box Y. Yeah, I'm so hip. Wow. Oh, I'm sorry, I needed that. Okay, so let's say float text width is equal to measure text text with the bold font, and then let's say box X, which is now completely scuffed, so box pos X plus box width minus text width divided by 2, and box Y, box pos Y plus box height minus s.boldfont.size divided by 2. Okay, and then let's do that shit. Something is wrong and off and too many arguments and I don't know why. Maybe because of Esther scroll offset, probably. Okay, we don't need this comma. Why is here a comma? That's the text. Seems reasonable, but we don't see anything. Great. Rendering texty. Maybe because the color is weird? No, we just don't render the text. I think because, yes, let's say something like human 30 n rendered is equal to 0 because the count isn't 0, but we just don't render them because all of the CPU usage just doesn't like load yet, right? So let's say if not and render, perfect. And just to be a little bit cooler, let's maybe start with something like fucking like this. This is like way better. Okay, it's actually 1000 lines. So I don't know if we should stop here, but I don't think so. I'm completely sleep deprived since 3 days or so. But yeah, maybe like let's make a small music break or something. Let's react to a YouTube video. I don't know.
Hey Max, ich bin's. Die Lederjacke ganz
Who's that guy?
hinten im Schrank. Bei eBay ist Verkaufen kostenlos. Wusstest du das? Also Max, mach mich zu Geld und lass mich nicht hängen.
Kostenlos verkaufen, Millionen erreichen.
Why can't I
eBay.
skip
Things
that?
people love.
I'm broke.
I'm broke.
I'm broke.
I'm broke. I'm broke.
I'm broke.
I am broke.
Okay, so there's this channel. I like this channel more. Probably going to get like the copyright strike, which I'm not in any way caring about. Let's remove this video.
YOLO, said millennials. Yeet, the Zoomers cried. Rizzler cat venom tax, the alphas then replied. And lo, there came
Okay,
a
so this
shaking
is,
as an ebon
the
spire rose. Upon it ripped
YOLO
the tongues
meme.
of men, their generations
I know the
prose.
YOLO meme.
And from the
I
sky
think it's something the
thunderous
new
voice
kids
called
say.
out unto the stone, as
The Gen
golden
Zs.
letters glowed upon its surface newly shown. Rizzler got venom tax.
Okay, this is a little bit confusing for me. I think too confusing.
Evolution. Can you give me
Auditory pattern recognition.
to play normal music in 4/4? Yes. Hey, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 1.
Okay. What about Coco Cry channel? Because it's getting auto-completed to fucking Coco K. Okay, thank you. Isn't that the fucking keyword I'm currently using? Let's search something like in the internet and do some surfing on Mojo Surf. So meet new friends, surf epic waves, and live like live like you're local. Live the ultimate surf lifestyle.
Today is going to be totally epic, absolutely awesome.
Okay, nice. I wish to go surfing. I like surfing, right? Yup, I like surfing. So let's surfing. It's the German page of surfing. Okay, let's try to get from this page to let's go to schizophrenia. I think it's called schizophrenia. Okay, maybe Christentum. It's all in German, by the way. If you didn't notice yet. Okay, let's go to Nassanzug. Nassanzug is not good because it's I think Christianity was kind of good, right? Christentum. And I think that's actually kind of good. I don't know if I can show this because it's a naked people. Maybe like try to go to this page. Okay, so it's a heavy metal band. Maybe because of this prefix. Oh my god, this is what I want. Thank you. I'm not saying that that this is a bad thing or anything, or I'm not mocking anybody. Look at this. The SVG is lagging because their renderer is not good. I still can improve my renderer to be better than their Skia renderer. I noticed the lag. I will be a better SVG renderer than Google. So that's I think that's the how many people on Earth have schizophrenia? Bro, is that actually why do they? Is that what is up with them? Disability adjusted life years lost due to schizophrenia. Bro, what is with Indonesia? Deaths per million people due to schizophrenia. I think this is kind of okay. Yeah, the statistics are like unpredictable as fuck, you know? I mean, who would have guessed that, like, what is it? Moldova? No. How is it called? Mongolia. Are a bunch of schizos. Nobody had thought that, right? And what about South Africa? Nobody had thought that as well. Okay, let's just listen to some vibes, some music. NCS music, because we're a channel that's eligible for monetization and uses no copyright music. Okay guys, so today we are making a full-on task management application using only C language, which is a programming language that is very low level, to create this beautiful and absolutely tremendously nice task manager application. You can browse your tasks and see how many CPU usage percents they take up. Both total CPU and normal CPU. This is the task manager that we are going to be working on today, and it's so nice and clean. So today what we are adding is killing tasks. So what about implementing that? So we're here at line 825. It's actually 51, not 25. Did you like that? Maybe I should make a channel where I basically do everything the same as on this channel, but always with NCS music in the background and very motivated speech. Okay, this is such a cool project, and today we are going to add killing tasks, because I can't say that because I think we banned. I wanted to talk about homicide. Okay, so I think we want to click tasks like that, and then they are selected, and then we can just kill them, right? Or maybe also key press. Let's just have a thing called implicity task selected, and where's our key? I don't know. Keyboard key. Hello. Okay, and then let's just printf the key code, because I don't know the key code for this 108. Okay, perfect. 103 and 108. I don't know, is there something like arrow up or up? Yeah, 103 and 108. That's so cool, right? So let's say I mean we can let's just say if key is equal to key up, then we will say that maybe when the key is equal to key up, then we will say s dot task selected is equal to max or min, say max, s dot task selected minus 1 and 0. Okay, but that's actually max then. Okay, I already did that. And then else if key is equal to key down, we will say s dot task selected is equal to max. Let's just say plus, and then in paint we can say where do we have that? Yeah, s dot task selected is equal to min display list dot count s dot task selected, and then we can just say something like, I don't know, how what is our task looking like? Yeah, maybe like adding this color. Yeah, probably right, like with a border or something. So let's say if I is equal to s dot task selected, we will say where do we render a rectangle, please? Rect border, and here, nice. So box X in this case is that, yes, and then we can say something like box width minus like, I don't know, 10 minus padding horizontal or something like that, and this is just box width and s dot bold font dot size, and this is secondary, and this is like 2 maybe, and then we say s dot task selected is equal to 0. Okay, task selected. Okay, box X and then this is like, what the fuck did I wrote here? This is actually not true. This should be something like box y, right? I mean, plus s.scrollbar offset, and this is box width and s.bold font size, but like minus this. Yep. But this should be plus 10 because we add 10 as well. So let's say plus 10. I think it's actually a box. Let's just say this for now. Okay. And what is this? So this is basically, isn't this just minus 20? Because 20 is like the, yes, the previous padding for the box. Nice. Okay, that's super cool. And now let's get a cooler color, some like light blue color. So 0x this. Let's first check if it even renders correctly. Yeah, but what I was thinking is something like this, maybe. That's not bad, right? Okay. Why is there a point? Why is there a point where I can't select it anymore? What? It's like the weirdest thing in the world, right? Wait, what if, by the way, that's a sterling of s.search buff, no tasks font, and then else that, and then let's say times 2, let's say times 5 again, just to check if it's something with the indices or something. No, it's actually weird, right? Super weird. What the fuck? Task selected. Is there maybe some kind of is there maybe, I don't get it. What the fuck? Let's say if I is equal to 10. Why can't I just always, that's the weirdest thing in the world. Like, what the fuck? Why can't I just always didn't I even say 10 literally, like the number 10? Yes, what the fuck? So I think that's also a problem that the I is a little bit wrong, because here it's James, stuff like that. Bro, if task.cpu usage is greater than 50, so that makes sense. That just always renders. Maybe it's because of the sorting. That can't be. No. I think okay, because we are continuing. So let's say if n render equals to 10 and equals task selected, then we want paint direct in here. Yes, now it makes sense. And then we want to say something like s.task selected. If s.task selected times s.bold font, like let's see. So where do we measure here? Task side. Let's say selected task is equal to 0, and then if I is less than selected pass as less than or equal to s.task selected pass plus equals s.default font dot size plus 10, and then we can do something like if selected pass, where do we draw the scroll bar here? So let's do that here. If selected pass is greater than task height, we want to say s.scroll bar offset plus equal or minus equal s.default font dot size plus 10. Maybe plus equal selected pass. But task height can only be not task height, but obviously box height. Okay, again, this is not I. Say n rendered is equal to 0, and then n rendered plus plus, and then n rendered, and n rendered, the other n rendered, remove that one, and n rendered. Where's the n rendered thingy? Wait, I kind of still need it because we need to start from 0 again. So s.n rendered is equal to 0, and it's s. Okay, still nothing. So selected pause. So printf selected pause box height. Yeah, so selected pause needs to be the bottom of it. So s.default font size plus 10 already added to it. Okay, so scrolling. When does scrolling happen? In here. Okay, and then in scrolling, let's just say s.scrollbar offset minus equal s.default font dot size plus 10. What I don't really get is, okay, so we obviously need to kind of limit that. So, bro, it's so disturbing that we kind of have to limit the this, so that, and then it should work better. -1. Why doesn't it fucking limit itself, bro? Because it needs n rendered. It needs to be limited by n rendered, right? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. So I think we can limit it here. But wait, key up. We all pressed, right? But why does it trigger twice then? Also when I release it. Weird. Okay, so apparently n rendered -2. I think so. Yeah. So confusing. What the fuck? Why can't I? I have no idea why. Like when I cannot scroll with my mouse once I move down with the you know. And now I can scroll with my mouse. Now I can still scroll, and now I cannot scroll.
Coming like a Hellcat. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Coming like a hell. Like a Hellcat.
Sorry, we're having trouble getting your pages back. I always have that problem. I don't know why. Always when I open Firefox, I get this. Shouldn't this be easy to fix? But we're not going to view my previous tabs. Okay, so I think I'm just recording this just to make an end to this torment. It was a cool project and things like that. So what I did is I just now have a selected, and when we press hey and selected is not equal to 0, we kill a lot task. Right? So that's one thing. And then we also basically say when we press left mouse and pointer an area of the task on the GUI, we just set selected, and that's basically it. And then we render selected as a blue thing. That's really it. So let's see. I also did the color. I don't know if I already showed that. So we can do this, and I don't really want to kill DWR, but Conforge, for example, okay. And it should be kill it, right? But it will spawn again because it's a virus, right? Yeah. And OBS at 100%. Yeah, I see it. I don't know why, but we can scroll, we can search for OBS. Perfect. And everything is working and perfectly nice. And also the scroll bar is very clean. We can scroll like this or like this. And yup, that's it. It was a very long one, and I don't even have a wallpaper anymore. I lost it on the way. Render compositor SWGL, failed mapping, default frame buffer, no DT. That's actually pretty cool. I'm also, by the way, working on a Wayland compositor completely from scratch. I think this will be a new video or something. It's called Vortex. Vortex is a very nice and sleek name, which is why I chose it, because I think for me, using a not custom program for displaying my windows and my entire GUI, I really don't like it. So I'm working on that, but it's on my laptop, so I can't show it. But yeah, that's it, and I hope you liked it. Bye guys, and